lost.
Okay, though.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I gotta. I don't care.
Okay.
Enter. Don't ask me why.
Not looking at it.
There you go.
Thank you. I'll call this meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. First we have the approval of the minutes. Our previous meeting was on December 5th of 2022. We had the Reamer Avenue Deli under old business, and then a resolution to grant amended site plan approval for the Reamer Avenue Deli. We then had the Holder lot line adjustment, a resolution for the Holder Carrington lot line adjustment. And then we discussed the upcoming public hearings that we have for this evening. Okay. Does anybody have any comments, questions on the minutes? Okay. Need a motion to approve the minutes. Motion made by Delano, seconded by Member Rahman. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of approving the minutes say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. That the minutes are approved. All right. Under our old business, we have the Savalos project, 27 Homestead Road, Lincoln, New York. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Steve Whalen, Whalen Architecture. I'm joined tonight by Ruben Savalos, the owner of the building, the property. Since our last presentation, we really didn't make any changes to the drawings. We really just addressed a lot of the comments the planning board had had, and per the letter received from Aaron Werner. One of which I want to touch on was in regards to the design of the well and the septic system. I actually spoke with the civil engineer, which is Matt Town of Willingham Engineering, and the original intent, because we've been working on this project for a couple of years now, the original intent for the owner is to have all the employees go to the site, leave their cars there, get in their respective vehicles, and then go out, come back, and return, and to have the facilities on site so that in case all these employees need to use the bathrooms, at least it's equipped for it.
Right.
Now, post-COVID, all these employees either meet, correct me if I'm wrong, either meet at the site or are picked up along the way. So there's no, outside of the two employees that work in this home office, there's no other employees on site.
Okay.
So in speaking with the civil engineer, he said it's a lot to go back and redesign it because we just got word that it got approved as of last week.
Okay.
So we'd like to maintain it if we could.
Okay. So has it been built?
It hasn't been built.
Oh, it hasn't been
It's got
built. Okay.
Health department approval.
Okay. Because it was for I think it was designed for 16
It was
people to
16,
use.
and then
Right.
the employee count kept going down. But we were already into the health department for 16,
Right.
and as long as it was going to fit, we figured why not,
Okay.
why start over?
Gotcha. I mean, I guess, so just irrespective of anything else with the project, can they get irrespective of whatever else we're going to discuss with Savalos, could a stipulation be that while you have approval for a 16-person septic, you will only build a septic that is for whatever people, or how would that work, Engineer Berger?
You'd have to build the 16, but
You'd have
they
to build
don't,
the 16.
but we could control that there's nobody on the site using it, but they can't, we can't change the design approval by the health department.
Sure.
But if they get that approval by the health department, they're gonna have to build it, and it's gonna be inspected and certified that it's built. But then I defer to,
Yeah.
to Victoria on how we control it, that
Sure.
there's nobody there.
Right.
You can also not approve it with a septic for 16 people.
Well, yeah, sure, I'm just, yeah,
I mean,
sure.
we can tell them they have to go back to Department of Health.
Right.
I'm finding the explanation hard to understand because the cost of constructing a 16-person septic system versus a 2-person septic system can't be insignificant.
It is, but we just don't want to start over. We just don't want to have to go back to the health department and then, all right, here's our design for a 2-person septic system. And then it's going to be months and months out because we've been here for a
I mean,
number of
Joe,
months.
what type of cost are we talking about?
Construction for 16,
Yeah.
15,000? That's a large cost for a 16-person septic system and the septic tank.
That if you don't actually intend to use it.
I would think so. I mean, it's a large field.
But at some point, there could be 16
Right.
personnel there
not-
in the
No.
future. Never.
You would not be allowed to, the point is you're saying you're not going to have 16, so you can't down the road start having your employees show up because you want to now because you have a system. The system can never be used unless you came back here.
Correct. I mean, we'd like to have it, like if it was written into the resolution, it's like, only X number of employees can be on the site at one time.
Right.
And I'm just going by what I was told by the civil engineer, that if we have to go back to the health department, it's gonna be several months before we're back here, and we've already been here a number of times.
So you're just looking at it from like a, not sunken cost, but like a sunken time perspective, just,
Exactly.
okay.
I mean, reminder for the board, we're looking at a residential property in a residential district, and so the
Right.
concern came about because 16 people would exceed the home occupation limits.
Sure. Okay.
But it's not just the septic, it's the parking area being constructed for 16 cars as well.
Right.
Which we don't need, and I know that was one of the comments
Right.
that Aaron Werner brought up.
Mhm.
And yes, we'd like to schedule that meeting with the fire department and the building official and meet and walk the property.
Mm-hmm.
Because now we just need parking just for 2 employees.
Right. Right.
So they're going to reduce the 16 parking spaces?
Yeah, because we won't have the need for 16 cars
I don't,
on the site.
yeah, I don't think it necessarily had room for 16. It was more about, the comment was, since you're introducing residential use to the back of the property and you're pretty long driveway, the recommendation was that the fire department review it for access to a new, a new habitable dwelling back there. So that's the recommendation. In addition to the county referral.
Oh,
that's
hold on a
required-
second.
We're good?
Please continue.
In addition to the county referral that's required, we recommend the fire department also get a copy of the application to comment. But it sounds like you want to meet on site, which is also a good
I thought that
idea.
was one of his comments, just to have a meeting on the site, just to walk it, just to show that, we do have a wide enough driveway. And in the parking area that they have now, there's plenty of room for fire apparatus.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, well, okay, I mean, you started this, you started your presentation with this, but, and then we started going down different paths here, but, so I guess please continue with your presentation of what
I
you'd
think
like to.
Those were like the major items, because
Okay.
reading through Aaron Werner's letter,
Uh,
all the other things, like, it's not gonna look like a commercial business.
hmm,
There's gonna be no signage as far as like the elevations that we presented. The only thing that's gonna change on there are the addition of the decks, which we
Right.
have the variances for. There were a couple of like little like minor items.
Right.
And we're not gonna make this look like a commercial facility,
right,
which we're all gonna comply with.
okay.
Yeah, that's
Right.
right. So comment number 9 in this memo is just reiterating that home occupations, the stipulations right out of the code about what you have to follow to be able to get an approval for one. And, based on their latest submission, they're, aside from the 16-person septic issue, they're insisting that none of these are going to be an issue. So that's what the memo summarizes.
So it summarizes that they're saying it won't be an issue.
Right. Based on the responses we received.
Right.
That they will be in compliance with what the home occupation section of the code requires. One thing that the memo also notes is that when this originally came before the board, it was for just an accessory apartment. an office. It didn't really specify home occupation.
Right.
Now that we know that that's what's happening here, we want to make sure that they actually applied for both special permits and they paid the appropriate fees. That wasn't clear to me. So that's really it. The extent of the comments are, if the board's prepared tonight to refer to the county and the fire department, that can happen. And the home occupation section of the code appears to be in compliance, but did they pay the fee? Did they apply correctly?
Okay. I believe one of the things that was discussed was meeting with the building inspector.
Yes.
Did that occur?
Not yet, we just wanted to see how
Not yet.
tonight's meeting went.
All right. Let's go to the code as we're discussing it. So 145-41. Okay, so there's these 8 standards, correct? Attorney Polidoro?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I go through each one in the memo with italicized, and then underneath is bold about what their response was to each. Because we asked them at the last meeting, I wasn't here for that, but we did ask that they go one by one through these and explain how they're going to comply with it. We'll scroll down.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's A, B, etc. So on the square footage, they're in compliance. Outward appearance of a business, they're saying they won't have a sign.
Okay, that's letter C. Okay, D is parking. E is traffic.
Hold on, just go back to the parking for a second. I just want to make sure the applicant understands that they would not be allowed to park vehicles more than 10,000 pounds gross vehicle weight.
Right.
Yeah, none of the vehicles that they own are over 10,000 pounds.
Okay. All right. Traffic.
Right, so they're talking about meeting at job sites now and not coming to this site and parking and going out together, so, and there's insisting multiple visits to the site during business hours will not take place.
Okay. So there'll be vehicles stored in the garage that's underneath the apartment and office,
Correct.
and the plan is that they would leave in the morning and then return in the late afternoon, evening.
Yep.
Okay.
No storage outside, no
I'm sorry?
storage, landscaping
No.
storage
Everything
outside,
will be
bags of seed, sand.
a big enough garage. They'll
I know,
they'll
just-
get everything
just
in there.
verifying.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And then essentially noise and dust and other things of
Well,
that nature.
On that note there, Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned about odors which would go under that same area. A normally operated septic system would not produce odors, but a system that's designed for 16 and having a large pump station that will be only used for 2
Right.
will have the sewage in the pump station go septic and would cause an odor to come out. And that's something the health department would not be reviewing because they're reviewing and approving a system that would be properly pumping for 16 people. So the provisions,
So you're saying because the waste would sit there potentially 8 times as long because there's 1/8 the number of people,
correct,
the septic system would
correct,
go
it's not pumping.
septic.
It's not pumping at the correct frequency.
Okay.
Nor is the pump chamber properly designed for the smaller flow. So a septic system just being over-designed
Right.
doesn't always properly function when it's underused. Some of the provisions that could take place would be filtering charcoal filters and stuff, but the health department, not knowing it's going to be underused,
Right.
would not impose those things. And we as a town don't have the right to impose correction to a health department approved septic system.
Okay.
So the building inspector would not be able to go out there and looking at the system,
Right.
smelling the odor, impose a correction on it. Could only come from the health department.
So the lack of water moving things along essentially underground can lead to there being an issue.
A pump station would have to pump more often, which they
Okay.
could do, but that would not be what's in the design.
Right.
So they would be altering the design to match what they need, which wouldn't be consistent with their
With what their
approval from the
approval
health
is.
department.
Okay,
And we're close proximity to the neighbor, they could possibly have that odor
right.
migrate over to their house where if it was properly functioning, it wouldn't. And that's one of the provisions under the,
Right. Mr.
I
Whalen?
mean, I'm sure the applicant would be willing to do what he's gotta do to the septic system. I mean, that doesn't, to me, that really does not make a lot of sense that an underused septic system would produce odors as opposed to an overused
it's
septic
underused
system.
because you're storing it in the pumps chamber.
That I
And it's
get.
not being pumped often enough. And when it
But-
sits there septic for 10 or 12 hours, odors are produced. That's an engineering certainty. That's engineering certainty. And if that was properly designed for a 2-person versus 16-person, you would have a different pump station and a different pump, and a different pump curve and frequency would come out. This pump curve is designed for 16, not for 2. So you would either be altering the design to match what's there, which would be, we would be accepting that here, which would be a alteration from what's being approved by the health department. Health department is approving a pump chamber for a certain volume, not a volume that's 1/8 the size.
So
Meaning,
there's nothing else that can be done.
but sure, if it's through the health department, we don't approve septic systems. But we do have to watch out for our constituents about no offensive noise, vibration, smoke, all these odors that could come from this project. And as a certainty, I have to, as the town engineer, I have to advise the planning board, there will be odors coming from this for a underused pump station. That's a matter
It may
of,
be, but then again, this building is set way back on the property, so, I mean, like, what kind of odors are you talking about? That's gonna affect a house that's 500 feet away?
the proper wind pretty good.
Okay. So maybe this is something that, well, just, Mr. Whalen, you're not an engineer, right?
No, I'm an architect.
Architect, okay. So maybe this is something that you and the town engineer can continue to speak about offline, just to, maybe he can give you some more of his engineering expertise. Maybe you need to talk with somebody on, or your applicant needs to talk to somebody on their end as to, the veracity of what our town engineer is saying.
Okay.
I would think it's simpler just to go back and redesign it, to partition the design to construct only the sufficient amount that you have designed for 2 people and provide for leaving the design the way you have it for future if needed. And the health department does provide that type of approval.
If it can be done in a timely manner. I mean, like I said, we've been here for a number of months, and it's just been like, everything has just been kept adding up. This is the first I'm hearing about, like, the septic system being
To be-
underused.
To be fair and to keep the record accurate, you came in for an accessory apartment, and it was only once we determined that you were also proposing a business use that you didn't disclose that this started to go a little bit longer. So it was the applicant's submissions that were incomplete, not the board's review.
Well, it's not that we just didn't disclose it. We came back in to get that special use permit to get that home occupation. So, but I mean, this is the first time hearing that an oversized septic system could be an issue when there's only gonna be 2 people using it.
Certainly, your
That's all I'm
engineer could provide for the treatment for that, which is a charcoal filter, add it to your health department approval, so it's on the plans that the building inspector can see to make sure it gets done. We can't make you do that. The health
Okay.
department, it has to be approved by the health department. Or in
Yeah,
order
I
for
get it.
our building inspector to look at it and see that it's there. We can't, we can't make you do it. It's not something that's part of the building code.
Okay.
But you have to provide something on your plan to meet the standards there for a home business, which are maintaining. And the solution to odor problem on a pump station is a charcoal filter. They place a charcoal filter on the vent, which filters out the odor. And it has to be changed often.
Right.
But with that on the plan and implemented by the building inspector can go back out there on a report of odor and see if it's been changed and order it to be changed.
What you're saying is the Dutchess County Department of Health could say, wait, that's not what we approved, what are you doing?
Or they can approve it because,
Or they could
you know,
approve it.
they could, it's an extra. I mean, I put them on all of my pump stations anyway. So that's just an additional thing they can add to their plan simply if they haven't gotten a stamped plan, or they, and I don't see how that could hold up their signature for something as simple as adding a small filter to the pump station.
You see it more as like a plan amendment?
Yeah, it's just a note amendment to the
Okay.
plan, and you haven't sent them in for signature yet. And you, it seems like there's some other changes possibly have to be made for the plan anyway.
Okay. Okay.
And coordinate that with our civil engineer.
Okay. All right, so we're just going to see if other members of the planning board have any comments or questions, see if our consultants have anything else, and then we'll get to the AKRF recommendation. I don't have any additional comments or questions at this time. Member Villano?
No, no comments.
Member Williams? Member Rahman? Member Sador?
Nope.
Member Holmes? Member Lorberdier?
No.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Polidoro, anything further?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Planner Werner, any other part of the memo you think we need to highlight or anything else? off
No,
the
I
memo?
think you hit on everything. You know, if the board's prepared to make a referral to the county pursuant to 239M with the application materials we have, you can get that started. And like they said, they do want to meet with the fire department, so maybe a referral to them just in addition to that would be a wise idea.
And the referral to Dutchess County Planning, is it solely due to the proximity of the county highway?
I have to refresh my memory on that.
Attorney Polidoro?
I'll go back to my notes.
I'm just trying to remember if there's another reason why, or if that was the only reason.
500 feet of a county road.
Right, okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Engineer Berger, anything further?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, having heard from our consultants, any member of the planning board have any further comments, questions at this time? No? Okay. So seeing nothing further, a motion to refer the application to Dutchess County Planning pursuant to 239M and to the J.H. Ketchum Hose Company. Motion made by
So moved.
Member Sador, seconded by Member Holmes. Discussion? Attorney Polidoro, anything further on that? It's pretty straightforward, right? Okay.
Oh, actually, my discussion was I wanted to make sure that they had actually submitted the special permit fee with that recent submission. Just something for Maryland to follow.
What?
The special permit fee,
They already paid for the special.
Okay.
permit.
making sure it was done.
But we do need to increase the escrow.
Okay, we can do that after.
Okay. Anything further on this motion? Okay, seeing nothing further on this motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Okay, the motion passes 7-0. Motion to increase the escrow to,
Do you have a number?
I think he said the last time
motion to increase the escrow. That's what-
to $2,000 more, I think.
okay.
That's sufficient.
I
Planner Werner?
think so. Unfortunately, I don't know offhand what the effort on our end so far to be able to make that up. We could start with that.
In addition
Is it they pay the initial on the additional special permit? Or no?
I believe he already paid for the special permit.
Okay. So
I'll
addition,
double check on
Okay.
it tomorrow.
yeah, I think you could start with the additional two.
Okay.
I'll have to look into that. I don't have
Okay.
it on there. Sorry.
All right, so I need a motion to increase the escrow for Savalos by $2,000. Motion made by Member Roman, seconded by Member Villano. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Okay, that motion passes 7-0. Anything further for the Savalos project at this time? Did you have anything further for us at this time?
We're good.
All right. Okay, so the deadline for the next meeting is Secretary McMillan, you could remind us?
January 18th.
Well, that was 5 days ago.
That's because of the
Right.
offer we
So that deadline's passed, so then the next deadline is
would be February 15th for the March 6th meeting.
February 15th for the March
Okay.
6th meeting, okay. And so in that time, you're going to have an offline discussion with the town engineer or your civil engineer with our town engineer. You're going to meet with the building inspector.
And the fire department, yep.
Yeah, and we forwarded this to the fire department. You're going to look to meet with the fire department. We also forwarded this to Dutchess County Planning. And again, maybe in your civil engineer speaking with the town engineer, maybe, it might be feasible to just amend the Department of Health application and Engineer Berger, is it?
Yeah,
You might think it's not really that big of a deal.
I don't think it is.
Okay,
And
so maybe it's not.
Answer its provision within our code to provide some means of odor protection.
Right. I mean, if anything, the Department of Health might be like, great, you want to do a 2-person septic system, not a 16-person septic system. They might be really, really fine with that, so.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, I guess my recommendation would be if we're trying to limit it to the home occupation, I
Right.
wouldn't recommend the board approve a septic for 16 in any event.
Sure,
So
right.
just the
But if they
applicant should
come
keep
to
in
us with a
mind
60, I mean, that's, yeah,
that you may ask them to go back and change it in 2 months anyways.
sure. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll
okay,
get that resolved before the March meeting.
all right.
And then lastly, does the board want to set a hearing for March, or do you want to wait to see how all of these discussions go?
I'm hopeful. I don't know, members of the planning board?
When do we have to notice by? 30 days?
You'd have-
No, it's,
We'd know at the cutoff by February 15th whether we
Yeah.
could hold it.
when's our next meeting?
6th.
February 6th,
February 6th.
February 6th.
right. And then we don't have one February
No.
20th? Is it
holiday.
a holiday, right, okay. I guess maybe we can see what the progress is by February 6th, and then have a
Okay.
motion to set a public hearing then. You don't necessarily have to, show up and do
Okay.
the whole thing.
Yeah, we'll definitely let you know by the 6th.
Yeah, and then if you could send like an update memo, then we can, okay,
We'll do.
thank you. All right, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right, let's see. Okay, next we have a discussion and public hearing on Stony Brook Estates. Is there anyone here from Stony Brook Estates before we get going? Anyone here representing Stony Brook Estates?
No.
Okay, they had sent in an email asking that the public hearing be
Continued
continued to our meeting
March.
March.
6th.
Okay. So I don't think any of us have anything to discuss then on Stony Brook, but we do have a continued public hearing to tonight. So make the motion to continue the public hearing for Stony Brook Estates. Motion made by myself, seconded by
Second.
Member Sador. All those in favor of continuing the Stony Brook Estates public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, the public hearing is now continued for Stony Brook Estates. Any members of the public wishing to speak with regard to Stony Brook Estates? Did anybody sign up?
There's 3 names.
Yep.
No, it's empty.
Any members of the public wishing to speak on Stony Brook Estates, please come to the podium at this time.
There's no.
Seeing no one approaching the podium, Councilman Murphy, you're not approaching.
Jay, give me all
Thank you.
3 of them. Give me all
You
of
can give us all 3, thank you. Councilman.
Thank you.
All right. I then will make a motion to continue this public hearing to, make sure I get the date right,
March 6th.
March 6th.
March 6th, at 7 PM or soon thereafter, as the planning board can continue the public hearing on Stony Brook Estates. That motion is made by myself, seconded by Member Holmes. Discussion? I do feel like Charlie in the football, but okay, here we go. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Okay, that public hearing is now continued to Monday, March 6th, 7 p.m. or soon thereafter. Okay. Now we have discussion and public hearings on New York Transco LLC, the Dover Electric Substation. So again, we're going to start with a discussion.
Where do I start?
So if any representatives from New York Transco would like to come to the podium.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Anthony Mirando. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Cuddy and Fader, and I'm here tonight again for New York Transco. With me this evening is Sam Johnson and Shannon Vaxavanis, also from New York Transco.
Okay.
We appreciate you have a long agenda tonight, so I'll certainly try to keep this brief. This process has been long and comprehensive, I think. I think we all can see that. First, a little housekeeping. We did submit to Maryland today a letter with an affidavit of notice addressing the sign being updated in advance, as well as copies of agency records, and a copy of planning board meeting and hearing transcripts that we've been taking just for convenience of the board so that those are in the record. We also submitted 2 letters to the planning board in January. One of those was on January 4th. Another was on the morning of January 18th. Suffice it to say that January 18th submission provided a summary of the existing record as is before the board, demonstrating compliance with the special permit criteria applicable to the project before you. I'd again like to say, which we try to say as much as possible given we understand this is a difficult job for you, we like to say thank you for the amount of time and effort you put into this project and this process. It's been comprehensive. As you probably saw, I understand that the New York State Public Service Commission submitted a letter over the last few days, summarily I'll say, emphasizing the importance of this project, this electric substation, to the state, in furtherance of meeting the state's goals, in furtherance of providing clean energy to the public. That letter also emphasizes the importance of moving this process forward as quickly as possible at this point. That is not to say we're rushing the process, of course, because as you know, this process has been ongoing for upwards of 20 months at this point. There's been an extensive review by this board, by your experts, by numerous outside agencies, all within the record. There's been a significant focus on comments that have been received from the public over many months. This public hearing process alone has been on, I think we're in our 5th month now, as well as throughout the planning board process, public comments have been received and accepted by this board. There's been a substantial opportunity for comment and feedback. The difficult thing, respectfully, is at some point, quite frankly, people who may not be in support of the project will probably never be satisfied by the process or the record or the answers. So we ask that this board acknowledge that and acknowledge the efforts of the applicant in moving this important project forward. The comprehensive analysis won't change at this point. It's been exhaustive. And we would respectfully ask tonight that the board close the public hearing and move forward with its review of that record. We've responded to comments, numerous questions. We've provided the information in different forms so that people could understand it and follow it more readily available to the public. You may continue to receive information, but we again emphasize the importance of, in our view, of closing the hearing and moving this forward as quickly as is acceptable to this planning board. At this point, I don't have much further to add. I understand that the board may have a discussion and understand that there's members of the public here. So I'll sit down unless there's something I could do for you.
All right. I had nothing further for you this evening. We'll go through the members of the planning board, then our consultants. I'll start with Member Williams.
No comment.
Okay, thank you, Member Williams. Member Rahman. Okay. Member Sador. Member Holmes. Member Little Badir.
Nothing
Member
further.
Villano.
Nothing at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, Attorney Polidoro.
Sure. So, tonight we have a part 2 of the environmental assessment form for the board to start going through. Aaron Warner, Joe, and I are here to answer any questions and assist with that review. But it's the board's document. We've also provided a narrative to accompany part 2, but again, it's the board's document, so it's just a start, and you guys are welcome to change, question, comment on anything that's in there as you go through. Just a reminder.
Okay, So here's the form. And then the narrative would be titled which document? Because there's quite a few.
Can you look under the box?
It's part of the neg deck PDF.
The negative deck.
Within this.
Okay.
So we thought we would go through part 2 first.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can open the hearing, and then afterwards we can continue talking about part 3 and everything else.
Okay. So Attorney Polidoro, anything further at this time?
No.
Okay. Planner Werner?
Nope, we can start going through part 2 categories, and
Okay.
we can explain our thought behind the answers and answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Engineer Berger, anything to add?
No
at this time?
comment.
All right. So before we go through this, does any members of the planning board, having heard from our consultants, have anything further to comment or question at this time? Okay. All right. So default environmental assessment form, part 2. Okay. So impact on land. Proposed action may involve construction on or physical alteration of the land surface of the proposed site. So checked off is yes. And then the relevant part 1 questions. So the parts that are checked off are either no or small impact may occur, or moderate to large impact may occur. Okay, so the proposed action may involve construction on land where depth to water table is less than 3 feet. So again, no or small impact. The proposed action may involve construction on slopes of 15% or greater. Again, no or small impact. The proposed action may involve construction on land where bedrock is exposed or generally within 5 feet of existing ground surface. No or small impact. The proposed action may involve the excavation or removal of more than 1,000 tons of natural material. No or small impact. The proposed action may involve construction that continues for more than 1 year or in multiple phases. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in increased erosion, whether from physical disturbance or vegetation removal, including from treatment by herbicides. No or small impact. The proposed action is or may be located within a coastal erosion hazard area. Again, no or small impact. Okay, any members of the planning board have any comments or questions on number 1, impact on land?
Well,
Okay, member Roman?
so their statement of no or small impact for, no or small impact may occur is checked off about the water table, and from reading letters, I don't remember off the top of my head which one now, but we had correspondence from Hudsonia, HVA, Sierra Club, and New York Energy and Climate Advocates that led me to doubt some of this information. And I was wondering on what basis it's determined that it would be no or small impact when there are concerns, have been concerns expressed from these organizations and from the public about potential contamination going to the neighboring property from Friends of the Great Swamp when there's construction with blasting and so forth.
Okay. So the proposed action may involve construction on land where depth to water table is less than 3 feet. So I guess the first part of that is there any part of the site where work is being done that the depth to water table is less than 3 feet? And then if so, is the impact small? Planner Werner?
My understanding from the responses that they provided on the part 1 was that it's greater than 6 feet across the site, so it's not less than 3 feet. With regard to blasting, they did study that. They talked about limited blasting in a portion of the site where there's exposed rock. Terracon prepared a memo that Joe's office had looked at, and determined that, based on the nature of that construction, there shouldn't be an issue with the groundwater being affected by that. That, in summary, was the basis for the answer. We asked them to study it. At the time, we saw it as a potential moderate to large impact. They produced some more information for us, and as a result, we moved to the no or small impact.
I'm sorry, I missed the last sentence that you said.
I said at first we identified it as an issue which would trigger it to be a moderate to large impact. We asked them to study it. They came back with some materials that the engineer had reviewed, which led us to, for purposes of this form which we're going through tonight, to check it off as no or small.
Okay.
Yeah, they proposed mitigating measures during construction, such as erosion control for any excavation as well. So those mitigations and their study is why I recommended it to be no to small.
There's a separate section, we'll get to it, on human health where we could talk about the contamination concerns. But, in our eyes, these A through G are really covered by your code. You have Chapter 65, which is the erosion sediment control measures, and this project requires that. And they've produced that plan under the review of your engineer. So that's what led to us checking these off in this way.
Okay.
And I think I should start by just reminding the board that, this project is not a type 1 action, so it didn't necessarily require us to fill out this full EAF. We told them you might as well, since you submitted a part 1, we'll continue with the full form and go through it and be thorough. It's technically an unlisted action, which would require the short form. Just disclosing that.
Understood. Member Romano, anything further?
Not at this time.
Okay. Any other members of the planning board on 1, impact on land?
I should just give a quick overview and remind everyone, when we're talking about SEQR, the State Environmental Quality Review Act, you're trying to determine the significance of an impact. And so part of it is context. If someone is building a shopping center in the middle of New York City versus a shopping center on a greenfield in Dover, the impacts might be the same on paper, but they feel different in context. One is a rural area where you're going to have more traffic potentially. One is already very developed and it's already a built environment. So the first things you do is identify potential impacts. Then you have to assess the probability of those impacts occurring, and their magnitude and their importance. And magnitude is severity, size, or extent of an impact. Importance is how many people are going to be impacted or affected by it. You consider its geographic scope, duration, probability of each occurrence. And then also there's room to consider social and environmental consequences. So going back to the issue you just raised, you identified an issue. The applicant responded with a study that said, we considered this, we don't believe it'll be an impact. Other folks have provided information saying we think it's a concern. So now it's up to you to assess whether, that impact has a high probability of occurring based on the information you have, or a low probability of occurring based on the information that you have before you. And then it goes from there.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Polidoro. All right. Anything further on 1, impact on land? Okay. 2, impact on geological features. The proposed action may result in the modification or destruction of, or inhibit access to any unique or unusual landforms on the site. Examples of cliffs, dunes, minerals, fossils, caves. So no is checked off. Therefore, none of the other questions need to be considered, correct?
That's right.
Thank you. All right. Any comments or questions, members of the planning board, on number 2, impact on geological features? Number 3, impacts on surface water. The proposed action may affect 1 or more wetlands or other surface water bodies, examples of streams, rivers, ponds, or lakes. So yes is checked off. So now to the consideration of the subparts to number 3. The proposed action may create a new water body, no or small impact. Proposed action may result in an increase or decrease of over 10% or more than a 10-acre increase or decrease in the surface area of any body of water, and no or small impact. The proposed action may involve dredging more than 100 cubic yards of material from a wetland or water body, no or small impact. Let me make this a little bigger for people. The proposed action may involve construction within or adjoining a freshwater or tidal wetland or in the bed or banks of any other water body, again, no or small impact. The proposed action may create turbidity in a water body either from upland erosion, runoff, or by disturbing bottom sediments, again, no or small impact. The proposed action may include construction of one or more intake or intakes for withdrawal of water from surface water, again, no or small impact. Proposed action may include construction of one or more outfall or outfalls for discharge of wastewater to surface water or waters, no or small impact. Proposed action may cause soil erosion or otherwise create a source of stormwater discharge that may lead to siltation or other degradation of receiving water bodies, no or small impact. Proposed action may affect the water quality of any water bodies within or downstream of the site of the proposed action, no or small impact. Proposed action may involve the application of pesticides or herbicides in or around any water body, no or small impact. Proposed action may require the construction of new or expansion of existing wastewater treatment facilities, again, no or small impact. All right. Any members of the planning board have any comments or questions on number 3, impacts on surface water?
Well, again, yes.
Member Roman.
So yes is checked off for number 3, but all the subparts are checked off as no or small impact. So I was
Right.
wondering if we could have some feedback about why yes is checked.
It's checked because there are state wetlands on the property. There was also 2 small federal wetlands identified that the Army Corps had looked at and determined that there would be no permit necessary for the proposed filling of those wetlands. The state wetlands were inspected by DEC. They have a validated wetland map. They've come to an agreement with the DEC to remove voluntarily debris out of the wetland areas where there's some tires and other materials in wetlands currently that Transco's offering to remove.
We insisted on that. If you
Right.
remember. Yeah.
Planning board asked for it. They worked with DEC to come up with a protocol to do that. The DEC approved that in writing. It's part of the record. And they've also reviewed the projects, the measures that are proposed with the site plan, the erosion controls, the SWIP, et cetera. And they've, in writing, had determined that the project as proposed with the measures that they're proposing to address these concerns won't impact the wetlands. That's coming from DEC.
So it will,
have to say yes because
They have
the
wetlands.
project site has wetlands
Attorney Polidoro, you got to be on the microphone. Sorry.
nearby.
okay.
And then because of the proximity of the wetlands, then you guys as an agency have to go through each of the sub-questions and assess the likelihood of any of those issues from occurring. So
Right. So for number 2, impact on geological features, it was just a straight no because there are no cliffs, dunes, minerals, fossils, caves
Okay.
that anyone's identified. But clearly, there are wetlands, other surface water, and again, it's the proposed action may affect. Doesn't mean it will affect. It's that there's a possibility of an effect. Yes. So then, for any of these subcategories, is that effect small or not at all, or is it moderate to large?
And had we reached this point and they've done nothing to address the wetlands, they've done no consultation with DEC, they've done, they didn't delineate it, we could put moderate to large, you need to study this more. But they have, to a large extent, studied this. And we've determined that it's a small impact based on the fact that DEC is comfortable with what they're doing to their wetlands.
Member Roman, anything?
No, thank you.
Yes.
Give Member Roman a little more information. DEC puts out a workbook which explains or provides examples of what their intent was when they created the questions and what they expect of the body and boards when they review the questions. So some examples that they provide under this question: small impact, temporary changes or changes that are limited in size to non-regulated water bodies. So some examples: surface area of an existing water body will increase or decrease, but not more than 10% or 10 acres. Here, there's no expectation that any of the water bodies are going to change at all. The water body being affected is not a regulated water body. Here again, there are state and federal water bodies, but the applicant has provided, analysis showing that they won't be impacting them. Examples of moderate to large impacts under this question: the surface area of an existing water body will increase or decrease by more than 10% or more than 10 acres. So the magnitude for moderate to large impact is larger. And I can, if you have questions, I can pull this up for every sub-question if you want
No,
to
that's
know what
okay,
it
thank you.
means.
Also,
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, number 4, impact on groundwater. The proposed action may result in new or additional use of groundwater, or may have the potential to introduce contaminants to groundwater or an aquifer. So the answer is yes. And then to the sub-questions, the proposed action may require new water supply wells or create additional demand on supplies from existing water supply wells. No or small impact. Water supply demand from the proposed action may exceed safe and sustainable withdrawal capacity rate of the local supply or aquifer. No or small impact. The proposed action may allow or result in residential uses in areas without water and sewer services. No or small impact. The proposed action may include or require wastewater discharged to groundwater. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in the construction of water supply wells in locations where groundwater is or is suspected to be contaminated. No or small impact. The proposed action may require the bulk storage of petroleum or chemical products over groundwater or an aquifer. No or small impact. The proposed action may involve the commercial application of pesticides within 100 feet of potable drinking water or irrigation sources. No or small impact. Any members of the planning board have any comments, questions on number 4, impact on groundwater? All right, number 5, impact on flooding. The proposed action may result in development on land subject to flooding. No. Any questions on that? Okay, number 6, impacts on air. The proposed action may include a state-regulated air emission source. The answer is no. Any questions on number 6? Impacts on plants and animals. Proposed action may result in a loss of flora or fauna. The answer is yes. There are 9 sub-questions.
Right, and so this is checked yes, because there will be land disturbances that remove terrestrial plants.
They're cutting down trees.
Yeah, trees, plants.
A, the proposed action may cause reduction in population or loss of individuals of any threatened or endangered species as listed by New York State or the federal government that use the site or are found on, over, or near the site. No or small impact. Proposed action may result in a reduction or degradation of any habitat used by any rare, threatened, or endangered species as listed by New York State or the federal government. No or small impact. Proposed action may cause reduction in population or loss of individuals of any species of special concern or conservation need as listed by New York State or the federal government that use the site or are found on, over, or near the site. No or small impact. Proposed action may result in a reduction or degradation of any habitat used by any species of special concern and conservation need as listed by New York State or the federal government. No or small impact. Proposed action may diminish the capacity of a registered national natural landmark to support the biological community it was established to protect. No or small impact. Proposed action may result in the removal of or ground disturbance in any portion of a designated significant natural community, no or small impact. Proposed action may substantially interfere with nesting / breeding, foraging, or overwintering habitat for the predominant species that that occupy or use a project site, no or small impact. Proposed action requires the conservation of more than 10 acres of forest, grassland.
Conversion. I'm sorry, you said conservation?
Oh, thank you. The proposed action requires the conversion of more than 10 acres of forest, grassland, or any other regionally or locally important habitat, no or small impact. Proposed action, commercial, industrial, or recreational projects only, involves use of herbicides or pesticides, no or small impact. Any members of the planning board, any comments or questions on number 7, impact on plants and animals? All right, number 8.
We could elaborate a little bit on this one, because I know it's,
No one had any comments or questions? Okay, thank you.
it's in the, when we get to the, later on, the narrative, it's in there too, but, okay, go ahead, sure.
Number 8, impact on agricultural resources. The proposed action may impact agricultural resources. The answer is no. Any questions on number 8? Okay, number 9, impact on aesthetic resources. The land use of the proposed action are obviously different from or are in sharp contrast to current land uses between the proposed project and a scenic or aesthetic resource. The answer is yes. Proposed action may be visible from any officially designated federal, state, or local scenic or aesthetic resource. No or small impact. Proposed action may result in the obstruction, elimination, or significant screening of one or more officially designated scenic views. No or small impact. Proposed action may be visible from publicly accessible vantage points, seasonally, examples such as screened by summer foliage but visible during other seasons, no or small impact, or number 2, year-round, again, no or small impact. Situation or activity in which viewers are engaged while viewing the proposed action is 1, routine travel by residents, including travel to and from work, no or small impact, recreational or tourism-based activities, no or small impact. The proposed action may cause a diminishment of the public enjoyment and appreciation of the designated aesthetic resource, no or small impact. There are similar projects visible within the following distances of the proposed project, no or small impact. Okay. Any members of the planning board have any comments or questions on number 9, impact on aesthetic resources?
Yes. 9C, the proposed action may be visible from publicly accessible vantage points seasonally year-round. The applicant has given us many visuals, and I understand the plan to put plantings all around to make it less visible from the road, but these are going to be very tall towers. They're going to be quite visible from several areas, and I don't see how it could be answered no or small impact. I think it's going to be extremely visible based on the information that the applicant has provided.
Right, so this question is not just limited to whether or not you're going to see it, it's whether you're going to see it from important spots within the town. So, under seeker, publicly accessible vantage points include things like a scenic viewing spot that's identified as such with signage, identified road pull-offs and overlooks, parks and greens, or road sections within a scenic byway. I don't believe Route 22, at least that portion of it, is a scenic byway. So it's not that you're going to see it from time to time from the road, it's whether or not you're going to see it from one of those designated viewing spots.
And does that apply to D as well? With routine travel by residents, including travel to and from work and so forth?
Well, so the overarching part of this question is the scenic or aesthetic resource. So what is the identified scenic or aesthetic resource that will be impacted by this? It was checked yes because of proximity to things like the Adirondack Trail.
The Appalachian Trail. Or the lookout in Boyce Park, or maybe part of the trail from the Dover Stone Church trails. And again, it goes to why it's no or small impact is that if you're looking at the entire landscape, if there are 2 or 3 more towers, or maybe you can see part of this site, it doesn't change, in totality, the view that you're looking at.
Right,
Right.
so is it causing a diminishment of the public enjoyment and appreciation of the designated aesthetic resource? So if you're up at the trail and you're looking down, is this going to ruin your view? Or you're looking up at, I don't know, some other scenic resource, but not just seeing it?
Right, so say you were on the red trail of the Dover Stone Church property, and this was proposed to be built, on the field next to the post office. Then maybe you could have an argument to say, oh, this would have a significant impact on the view because it's right there. But this is miles away from the Dover Stone Church, it's miles away from Boyce Park, it's miles away from the
Yes, so
Appalachian Trail.
each of the resources identified in the town, the applicant did make the effort to map those and display that, based on the radius from the site, topography, intervening topography, distance, et cetera, that they wouldn't be visible. So they narrowed it down. They started off with like 18 views around town, and they narrowed it down to about, I think we ended up with 8 that were studied for the visual photo simulations that you looked at over many months. So
And you as a board member can find that you think it's a moderate to large impact. And what that would trigger is that in the next section, in part 3, then we have to assess that impact even further and identify, what measures or design elements have been included as part of the project to minimize these impacts on that aesthetic resource. We'd have to identify which aesthetic resource it is that's being harmed. And then we could go through that analysis and decide whether or not it's
So it's
been
a rather
mitigated.
narrow definition in that even though it can be quite visible from multiple points, those points are not considered aesthetic resources.
So in this question is particular to like designated aesthetic resources.
Okay.
I think under the community character section, then we're talking about a broader character of the area.
Okay, you can go on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the planning board have any comments, questions on number 9, impact on aesthetic resources? All right, number 10, impact on historic and archaeological resources. The proposed action may occur in or adjacent to a historic or archaeological resource. The answer is yes. Let's see. The proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to any building, archaeological site, or district which is listed on the National or State Register of Historic Places, or that has been determined by the Commissioner of the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation to be eligible for listing on the State Register of Historic Places. So no or small impact. The proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to an area designated as sensitive for archaeological sites on the New York State Historic Preservation Office, also known as SHPO, Archaeological Site Inventory, no or small impact. Proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to an archaeological site not included on the New York SHPO inventory, no or small impact. And then no other impacts.
So this was checked yes, mainly because if the EAF mapper, which is used to prepare part 1, includes database about archaeological sites, this site falls within what SHPO had flagged as potentially archaeologically sensitive site. So that triggered the applicant to consult with SHPO. They did a Phase 1A documentary study. SHPO reviewed that. It concluded that there wasn't any archaeologically significance to the site itself. They also continued to consult, and you have copies of these letters in the record, on architectural as well. SHPO reviewed nearby resources of architectural significance, or interest. They also looked at the visual simulations, and they determined in the letter that there would be no adverse effect with regard to both archaeology and architecture. So that's why there's no or small check for each one.
So again, if this was going to be built next to the Tabor Wing House in Dover Plains, then that would be potentially a moderate to large impact. Or
For an
something like that.
architectural resource, you're talking about a contextual issue, right, between contrasting uses, correct? In this case, they did look at that, and SHPO did not see one.
All right, any members of the planning board have any comments or questions on number 10, impact on historical or archaeological resources? Okay. Number 11, impact on open space and recreation. The proposed action may result in a loss of recreational opportunities or a reduction of an open space resource as designated in any adopted municipal open space plan. The answer is no. Any questions on number 11, impact on open space and recreation? Number 12, impact on critical environmental areas. The proposed action may be located within or adjacent to a critical environmental area, also known as a CEA. The answer is yes. Okay, subparts of this. The proposed action may result in a reduction in the quantity of the resource or characteristic which was the basis for the designation of the CEA. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in a reduction in the quality of the resource or characteristic which was the basis for designation of the CEA. No or small impact. Does any members of the planning board have any comments or questions on number 12, impact on critical environmental areas?
Is the Great Swamp a critical environmental area?
Correct. That's why it's checked yes.
So
That's why it's
that's
checked
why
yes.
it's checked yes. And the consultants feel that the applicant's work has been satisfactory to indicate that it wouldn't affect the quality of the Great Swamp?
Yes, they actually we have in the record something from DEC in writing that basically says that with the inclusion of measures proposed by the applicant as part of the project, it will avoid potential changes to the chemistry, quality, and quantity of surface and groundwater entering the adjacent wetlands. That's a quote from DEC.
Okay.
Okay, any further comments or questions on number 12, impact on critical environmental areas? All right. Number 13, impact on transportation. The proposed action may result in a change to existing transportation systems. The answer is no. Any comments or questions on number 13? Okay. '14, impact on energy. The proposed action may cause an increase in the use of any form of energy. The answer is yes. The proposed action will require a new or an upgrade to an existing substation. No or small impact may occur. B, the proposed action will require the creation or extension of an energy transmission or supply system to serve more than 50 single or two-family residences or to serve a commercial or industrial use. No or small impact. Proposed action may utilize more than 2,500 megawatt hours per year of electricity. No or small impact. The proposed action may involve heating and or cooling of more than 100,000 square feet of building area when completed. No or small impact. All right, so for this one, impact on energy, the proposed action may cause an increase in the use of any form of energy. We correctly chose yes. So then for A, the proposed action will require a new or an upgrade to an existing substation.
That's what it is.
Is a
It's the
substation.
project. A and B are both basically the project description in a
Right.
nutshell, but for other reasons throughout this and the part 3, it's appropriate to say no or small. The issue is,
Because this substation is not creating another
It's not-
substation.
right, it's just, its purpose is to transmit energy.
Mhm.
It's going to use energy for the office and probably the security gate, but it's a minimal amount and it's NICEAG grid. So they disclose that amount, and that's why, another reason why we have to check yes, because they're using energy. But the project's purpose is to transmit energy
Right.
on the Con Ed line, so
It's not creating new demand.
Correct.
Or the new demand is a small impact, because it has demand for the office and the gate. Okay. Any comments or questions? Members of the planning board? No. Number 15. Impact on noise, odor, and light. The proposed action may result in an increase in noise, odors, or outdoor lighting. The answer is yes. Proposed action may produce sound above noise levels established by local regulation. No or small impact. Proposed action may result in blasting within 1,500 feet of any residence, hospital, school, licensed daycare, center, or nursing home. No or small impact. Proposed action may result in routine odors for more than 1 hour per day. No or small impact. Proposed action may result in light shining onto adjoining properties. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in lighting, creating sky glow brighter than existing area conditions. No or small impact. All right. So for 15, impact on noise, odor, and light. Letter B is the proposed action may result in blasting within 1,500 feet of any residence, hospital, school, licensed daycare center, or nursing home. If you could comment on that.
Sure. So yes, it will. They've provided it's minimal. They've worked with the DEC on the effects of that blasting. There is a blasting provision of the town code that they would have to follow as far as the notification and the hours that they're permitted to do it. The duration of construction on this project is not a very long duration. It's not phased. So, you know, based on this and the minimal area where they are proposing to blast, that resulted in this answer.
If it's within 1,500 feet, though, I think we have to check moderate to large and then address it in the part 3. So
Okay,
that
that's
should
why
just
I brought
be-
it up.
That should just be changed.
That's fair.
It's a PDF. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. All right. Any members of the planning board have any comments or questions on number 15? With the moderate to large impact may occur for number 15B.
Do we know what the distance is from the blasting to the nearest residence?
Well, you have a residence right across Cricket Hill Road.
Right, it's within a few
So that's
hundred feet.
definitely within
Few hundred
1,500
feet.
feet.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Anything further on number 15? All right. Number 16, impact on human health. The proposed action may have an impact on human health from exposure to new or existing sources of contaminants. The answer is yes. The proposed action is located within 1,500 feet of a school, hospital, licensed daycare center, group home, nursing home, or retirement community. No or small impact. The site of the proposed action is currently undergoing remediation. No or small impact. There is a completed emergency spill remediation or a completed environmental site remediation on or adjacent to the site of the proposed action. No or small impact. Appears as though there should be a line there separating C and D. The site of the action is subject to an institutional control limiting the use of the property. Examples of an easement or deed restriction. No or small impact. Proposed action may affect institutional control measures that were put in place to ensure that the site remain protective of the environment and human health. No or small impact. Proposed action has adequate control measures in place to ensure that future generation, treatment, and or disposal of hazardous waste will be protective of the environment and human health. No or small impact. The proposed action involves construction or modification of a solid waste management facility. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in the unearthing of solid or hazardous waste. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in an increase in the rate of disposal or processing of solid waste. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in excavation or other disturbance within 2,000 feet of a site used for the disposal of solid or hazardous waste. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in the migration of explosive gases from a landfill site to adjacent off-site structures. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in the release of contaminated leachate from the project site. No or small impact. Any members of the planning board have any comments or questions on number 16, impact on human health? Okay. Okay, number 17, consistent with community plans, proposed action is not consistent. Pop-up came up. Number 17, consistency with community plans. The proposed action is not consistent with adopted land use plans. The answer is no. Any comments or questions on number 17, consistency with community plans? Okay. Consistency with community character. The proposed project is inconsistent with the existing community character. The answer is no. Any comments or questions on number 18, consistency with community character?
Is that based on the fact that it's across the street from Cricket Valley, or from CVE?
It's one of the reasons, well,
Oh, yeah, you can answer that.
yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons there's, because you're looking at the surrounding land uses, right? There's no historic, I mean, you can look at the questions too to help reasoning why this is no.
All right, so we can go through those.
Yeah.
Proposed action may replace or eliminate existing.
I was
Do you
just
want to
gonna
say
read,
something?
I was just gonna read the little explanation, so everyone was on the same page.
For number 18 generally?
Yeah, for number
Okay,
18.
you can read
generally.
that explanation, then we can go through the.
Right.
subparts.
So, community character is broader than just visual features. It's defined by man-made and natural features of the area, includes visual character of the town and its visual landscape, but also buildings, structures, and their uses, the environment, activities, town services, local policies that create a sense of place or character that define the area. It says, changes to the type and intensity of land use, housing, and the balance between residential and commercial uses can all change community character. Most proposed action will result in some change. Local laws will not. Let's see. So in order to answer this question, you first need to identify and understand what your community character is. So is it rural? Is it urban? And what are the predominant uses in that area? So then you can go through the sub-questions.
Okay. And so would it make sense that if the answer to all the sub-questions is no, then the answer to the overall consistency with community character is no? The reason we check off yes for all the other ones we've checked off before is because it could be no, but it could be a small impact.
Right.
Does that sound accurate?
Or if you, yeah, I mean, if all the sub-questions are no, and you haven't identified a major inconsistency with the other surrounding uses or pattern of development, then you would check no.
So by saying no for consistency with community character, we're essentially saying no for A through F without actually checking off A through F. Okay, so
Yes.
proposed action may replace or eliminate existing facilities, structures, or areas of historic importance to the community. No. Proposed action may create a demand for additional community services, schools, police, and fire. No. Proposed action may displace affordable or low-income housing in an area where there is a shortage of such housing. No. The proposed action may interfere with the use or enjoyment of officially recognized or designated public resources. We're saying no. Proposed action is inconsistent with the predominant architectural scale and character. We're saying no. And F, proposed action is inconsistent with the character of the existing natural landscape. And we're saying no. Again, consistent with community character, we could say yes, and that it, I guess it's possible that it's a construction site, someone could get hurt, might have EMS or fire department have to show up, but that would be a small impact. Is that
Small in both duration and magnitude,
right?
yeah.
Okay. So again, clicking yes here and then answering no to small impact on each of these is
If that's,
certainly
can do
appropriate.
that.
if that's what the board wants to do. I mean, the way the question is phrased, the proposed project is inconsistent with existing community character. So again, what is the character that it's inconsistent with? You'd have to be able to articulate that for the next section in part 3.
Okay. Members of the planning board? Number 18, is it a yes, is it a no? Member Roman, you want to go first?
I'm honestly just a little confused about this one.
Yeah.
Because it's, my gut reaction to this is to say that it's inconsistent with the existing community character, in my mind, is based on its proximity to CVE. So I'm imagining if CVE didn't exist and, you know, you're entering a rural town coming up from the south, this would not be consistent with the surrounding environment. But it is consistent because of CVE. So that, to me, opens the door to, oh, well, if we have CVE and then we have Transco, we're expanding the existing community character to be one of this type of infrastructure, which then can lead to the next one and the next one and the next one. So what is,
I don't think
What
we
is-
would
what
disagree
is
with
the
that. I think
rule?
it's just the issue is it's a zoning question at that point, because this is a commercial zone, and this utility uses are permitted by special permit in the commercial zone. And in this case, you have utility uses to the west and the north.
And I think also
In
you,
some sense, you can
Attorney
argue
Polidoro.
that there's been a legislative determination that that is the character of the area because it's zoned for these types of industrial uses. And you can't ignore the fact that CVE is there. But I do understand, because when we talk about, you know, environmental justice issues, on one hand, we're saying you want to cite these things where it's consistent with the character of the community, so you don't want to put this type of use in the middle of Wingdale, you want to put it here. But on the other hand, if you start putting them all here, then what does that do? But, you know,
well,
is
and
this we're only looking at this particular substation, not, you know, potential future projects.
Well, I am concerned about the idea that had been mentioned, that this site was chosen because of its proximity to the power lines and in between here and Connecticut. So it sounds to me like that opens the door for more of this type of project to go along Cricket Valley Road heading toward Connecticut.
Well, I don't know if this substation opens the door or the existence of the power lines, which, you know, people need to connect to, has already opened that
right,
door.
the point I was going to make is that, you know, energy facilities, substations, you know, whatever manner they form, are consistently next to transmission lines. That,
Yeah.
you know, you wouldn't build this in the middle of a field with nothing else around it.
Because then you'd have to build the lines
Right.
to connect to the right-of-way. So I understand the concern about aggregating all of those uses in one area, and, you know, if it's a concern, it can be dealt with by asking that the town board reconsider the industrial uses that are permitted in this zone. If, you know, if the town agrees that you have enough and you don't want any more of those types of uses. But right now, you're just looking at this particular project. Is this particular substation going to be inconsistent with the existing character of the community? And, you know, what you're considering is the substation as proposed with the landscaping, with all those other features they've shown you, and then with the tower.
Well, I guess then my question would be for my fellow members of the board, whether it would be considered more appropriate, perhaps, as you said, to check off yes and then put no on the A, B, C, D, E, et cetera.
Okay, members of the planning board, is there any objection to checking off yes and then checking off no or small impact? Does anyone have any objection to that? Okay, seeing no objection. Okay. So again, I'll run through these again just so it's clear for the record. The proposed, consistent with community character, the proposed project is inconsistent with the existing community character. Checking off yes. And then running through each subpart, the proposed action may replace or eliminate existing facilities, structures, or areas of historic importance to the community, no or small impact. The proposed action may create a demand for additional community resources, schools, police, and fire, no or small impact. Proposed action may displace affordable or low-income housing in an area where there is a shortage of such housing, no or small impact. Proposed action may interfere with the use or enjoyment of officially recognized or designated public resources, no or small impact. The proposed action is inconsistent with the predominant architectural scale and character, small impact. The proposed action is inconsistent with the character of the existing natural landscape, no or small impact.
I would debate E, that the proposed action is inconsistent with the predominant architectural scale and character. What,
All right?
on what basis are we defining the predominant architectural scale and character?
There are already towers in the facility.
Right, I think the idea
There's an
there
energy
is
facility across Route 22.
you have the high transmission lines there already. They're very visible. You have, that's the predominant architectural scale. You have a power plant and high transmission lines as the dominant architectural scale. And the State Historic Preservation Office did look for architectural significant sites within a certain study area of the site. They didn't identify any that would be impacted by this project. So,
So, you know, if you were to build a 10-story tower in the middle of Dover Plains, that would, you know, maybe be a moderate to large impact when it comes to consistency with the predominant architectural scale. Or a 100,000 square foot warehouse, you know, where there's a bunch of fields.
If you're building a station like this anywhere near power lines, it's not considered inconsistent.
So I'll give you the examples from the state. There may be a small impact if the visual character of the area is changed in a minor way, generally consistent in the design, placement, size, color, intensity, and architecture of the neighborhood or community. May be a moderate to large impact if it introduces an architectural style that is in sharp contrast in its size, window or door style, building materials, roof pitch, facade, signage with existing or surrounding buildings. So it's talking a bit about what is the defined, the defined features of the area. If we're looking at a row of brownstones and now we're putting in something like a warehouse, that would detract. Here, you can find that it's a moderate to large impact, and then we'd have to identify what the predominant architectural scale and character of the neighborhood is, and then assess how this changes it or doesn't change it.
Okay.
Member Mana, anything further
No,
here?
nothing further.
All right, so as it stands, it's staying with no or small impact. All right, we're at the end of the full environmental assessment form.
Save it. Save it.
Sure, yes, save it.
I've been making the changes too. I saved
Okay,
it all.
so, thank you for that reminder. Okay, so now, just on to a discussion of the form in general among members of the planning board. Does anybody have any comments or questions as to the overall full environmental assessment form for NY Transco? Member Rahman.
Overall, I would say that currently my biggest concern with this project is related to the issues that, and I'm not exactly sure how it relates to this form, but related to the issues that were brought up in the correspondence I mentioned earlier from HVA, 3 Hour Club, et cetera, specifically about how blasting might potentially lead to leachate and might affect habitat in the Great Swamp and so forth. And we saw in this form there's impact on humans and on the environment and so forth, but I just feel that that aspect of the project has not been sufficiently addressed.
Okay. Are you proposing a change to any of the answers?
That's my sticking point. I can't find a specific thing in here that I would say.
Okay.
So I just wanted to express overall that that is a concern.
Okay. So, and again, I think what we as the planning board are doing is saying that, yes, for some of these things there are concerns, but that, looking at each of the subparts, that those would be small impacts or no impacts at all. So again, are you proposing that any one of these would be a moderate to large impact?
No, not specifically.
Okay. Any other members of the planning board have any comments or questions on this? Looking to change this form in any way from its current state as we went through it? All right. Seeing nothing further. Attorney Polidoro, what would be the legal course the
So the next
planning board
step
should take at this time?
is for any impact that you identified as moderate to large, you have to go to a part 3 and discuss, you have to discuss the likelihood of the impact occurring, its potential magnitude, size, severity, extent of impact. You know, will it be for 2 weeks during construction only that there'll be some, you didn't choose traffic, but if there were to be traffic, is it during construction only? Or is this a new traffic pattern that's going to be introduced over the next decade? So you go through that. So
I just saw it. Where was it?
The-
There's only one.
You're the plastic in 1500.
the,
I think it had to do with the blasting.
it was blasting.
I've just lost it. I don't
Blasting.
I don't see where it is in the form.
Should be, what's it, aesthetic?
15B.
It must be the
15B.
noise one.
B.
Yes, okay, 15B, thank you.
Here it is right
I just
there.
couldn't remember how far down the form it was.
15.
15. Okay, so we'll all agree that then the only moderate to large impact that may occur is the proposed action may result in blasting within 1,500 feet of any residence, hospital, school, licensed daycare center, or nursing home. In fact, we know that there will be blasting, and it will occur within 1,500 feet of residence, possibly a school. So now we would go to part 3.
You have to determine whether it will result in a significant adverse environmental impact, or if not, why it won't. Has there been project change? Have they proposed safeguards to ensure that the worst case scenario will not happen?
Okay. All right, so that would be.
Yeah, we talk about it in page 4.
Page 4.
Impairment of environmental characteristics of a critical environmental area is designated pursuant to subdivision 617.14G. That's where the blasting topic is elaborated on in there.
Okay. All right, so the project will not result in, quote, the impairment of the environmental characteristics of a critical environmental area as designated pursuant to subdivision 617.14G. Let me just go back to, nope. All right, so it's,
So this narrative identifies that the project is adjacent to a critical environmental area.
right,
That there was a potential impact with blasting creating fissures in the marble bedrock of the Great Swamp. That blasting is anticipated. And then it goes through the analysis that there was a hydrogeologic report prepared and it was reviewed by the town engineer. And that both consultants did not indicate that there would be an adverse impact or measurable impact on the Great Swamp. And we don't have any information in the record other than questions indicating that there would be. So people have raised questions, but at this point, there was nothing countering what the applicant has proposed and what the town engineer has reviewed.
all right. Planner Werner, it's to impact on noise, odor, and light, and what you had prepared we hadn't changed it yet, was, again, about critical environmental area, which is not, because again, it's 15, impact on noise, odor, and light, letter B, the proposed action may result in blasting within
I think
1,500
we
feet of
mentioned it
any
in both
residence.
places, but let me see.
We can add it. I mean, again, though, the concern with B is not on the residence, it's on the sensitive environmental area, the blasting. In this particular case, it's less about it interrupting a church mass than, than interfering with the Great Swamp.
Right, but just with respect to the form, the impact of the noise that may occur
Right.
to residences or possibly the school.
I think it might be worth, and Joe can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it might be worth adding, we could add to this
Mhm.
language that, the town code provisions on blasting during construction, is a measure that's in place currently to address this. And they're not blasting the entirety of the site. They have to do it in a limited period during their relatively short construction timeline that they've identified to us.
I agree.
Do you want
I
to add
agree.
on that?
I agree.
Okay.
So the issue of magnitude, duration comes into play, right? And
Right.
and you have the town code provisions and Joe's inspections and the building inspector's role as well in enforcing that. We could add that to, maybe we can add that to the first point that talks about noise. It might be worth adding it to that. Starts at the bottom of page 2.
Project will not result in any significant impacts from a substantial adverse change in existing air quality, ground or surface water quality or quantity, traffic or noise levels, substantial increase in solid waste production, a substantial increase in potential for erosion, flooding, leaching, or drainage problems.
So each one of these underlined and bolded criteria is
Mhm.
from the seeker regulations.
Mhm.
They're the criteria for determining significance. So there's 12 of them. So we're just repeating them verbatim here and then discussing, elaborating on why the answer is it will not result. They don't have a criteria that ties into the 1,500-foot blasting thing from the part 2. But we can certainly, within this one, I think that's a good place for it to go. We could add some language about the measures the provisions that the town has for blasting, the duration is minimal, et cetera.
Okay.
So under the paragraph that says applicant provided a noise impact assessment and above stormwater pollution,
Agreed.
Sure.
create a new paragraph.
It's PDF. I can't create a new
Oh.
paragraph.
Yeah, I said
Okay.
PDFs, but we
That
can,
says
You should always be sending us things as documents,
blasting will occur within 1,500
not PDFs.
residence area. Blasting will be subject to all town,
town code provisions
Yeah,
or
building
regulations.
Mhm. Town building code, because that brings in the state codes as well.
all town building code.
That will wrap in the state codes for blasting.
Will be limited to a portion of the site
Sure.
and will be limited in duration.
Yes.
Want to read that back, just to make sure they're okay with it?
Yeah, I mean, you can reflect on it more, but I wrote, blasting will occur within 1,500 feet of a residence and a critical environmental area. Blasting will be subject to all town building code requirements, will be limited to a portion of the site, and will be limited in duration. And then, do you want to say blasting is also discussed in section, or question in the section below regarding critical environmental areas?
Wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, I think we can say additional information on blasting is provided below in the discussion of critical environmental areas.
That wouldn't hurt.
Okay. All right, so, Attorney Polidoro, legally at this time, we have the part 2 that we went through. And then we have the part 3 that's been written. There's a slight change to it. What's your legal recommendation with respect to the part 2
So,
that occurred?
well, at this point, you have the part 3. The part 3 is more expansive than just the questions in the part 2. You only identified one as being moderate to large, but your part 3, it provides explanation on a broader set of questions, in line with the discussion that was had tonight. So you also have a resolution to adopt a negative declaration. The board can vote on that tonight, if you're ready to do so.
All right, so we went through the part 2. We have this part 3. We do need to get to the public hearing. So at this time, I think, what would be the most legally appropriate thing to do?
You can vote on the negative declaration now, or you can wait until after the hearing.
right.
It's up to the board in this particular case.
Okay. Hey, members of the planning board, let's have a quick discussion as to what should be our next step here. Should we open the public hearing, hear from the public? Should we vote on the negative declaration?
Go with the public hearing.
Hearing,
Public hearing.
public
first.
hearing, public hearing. Okay. I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing for NY Transco. Motion made by myself, seconded by Member Villano. All those in favor of continuing public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. This public hearing is now continued. We have a list. Okay. First, we have Timothy Daly. So you can please come to the podium.
How we doing? My name is Tim Daly. I'm an assistant business manager with IBEW Local 1249 out of Syracuse, New York. We're the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. It's folks, members of ours that will be probably working on this project. So I'm here to speak in favor of it. I have a few points I'd like to point out. The Dover Station is a
Sorry,
new...
Mr. Daly, I meant to say at the beginning, you have 3 minutes
Yes,
to
sir.
speak.
Yep.
Thank you.
The Dover Station is a new electric substation. It's been under the planning board review for over 18 months, and it needs immediate approval to hit its critical milestones and deliver benefits to the state. The project has received all state and federal agency concurrence and is waiting on the planning board. The project's cited as an industrial zone is a key part of New York State's efforts to upgrade and improve the capacity, efficiency, and resiliency of the state's bulk transmission network as it transitions to clean energy. This project is a facility identified by the New York Independent System Operator to achieve the clean energy transfer capabilities brought by the Segment B Electric Transmission Project, New York Energy Solution, that is currently under construction, a state-identified project and huge investment in the clean energy transmission grid. Segment B project and the associated Segment A projects are foundational elements to enhance the bulk transmission system and help the state achieve its renewable goals under the CLCPA. Without the Dover Station, the 2,100 megawatts of anticipated delivery from Segment B will not be realized. All these electric transmission projects, including Dover Station, are not only fundamental in delivering on climate goals, but also in supporting good-paying union jobs and economic opportunities. The skilled IBEW workers are building these projects and supporting New York jobs. Additionally, the Dover Station will bring over $1.8 million in new tax revenue after the first year in service. The continued delays in the planning board decision making could postpone the in-service date by as much as a year, resulting in system reliability issues as fossil generators in the downstate are retired. We urge you to support the town planning board's expeditious approval of the Dover substation project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have Charlie Quimby. Please come to the podium.
Good evening, Charlie Quimby, 81 Cricket Hill Road. Good
You have
evening.
3
Dean
minutes.
Good Good evening, Chairman Cortina, board members. I wrote this under different circumstances, but I'll read it anyway. We have asked the town to hire independent third-party experts to review this proposed project to evaluate the many concerns raised by the public. We have noted significant issues with the report, studies performed by the applicant, but no action to date by the planning board. We took the first steps and engaged Dr. Eric Kiviat from Hudsonia to perform a site assessment. As many know, Hudsonia is highly respected and well known in the field. They have done extensive studies and mapping for the town and throughout the region. Transco and their consultants have downplayed the concerns and impacts not only to us, but any state and federal agencies involved, most of which have not set foot on the site or understand its horrendous environmental condition. The report proves legitimate concerns that warrant in-depth evaluation by the town and reassessment by all involved agencies so they can fully consider the impacts. Here are a few of the numerous concerns raised in the report that require further evaluation. There is extensive debris buried on the site that has been backfilled and covered over. Disturbance of the site may mobilize contaminants into our aquifer, groundwater, and into the Great Swamp. The report confirms that a downflow stream occurs from an inactive hazardous waste site to the north where Transco's towers are proposed to be installed. Through the Transco parcel to the south, emptying directly into the Great Swamp. Any disturbance of debris and chemicals that have been buried through the sites can contaminate the water and negatively impact the entire Great Swamp ecosystem. More than half of the proposed project is within a threatened and endangered species habitat zone, as defined by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. There are visible sections of the site that have limited vegetation growth, which indicates that the site has been contaminated with chemicals that are leaching into the ground and likely the groundwater. The proposed construction is very likely to affect the water quantity and quality. A test of the water in the wetland DP22 conducted by Frogs confirms that contaminants are present. Blasting or leveling of the site, as proposed, should not occur. In order to avoid mobilization of contaminants, including vehicle-associated iron, chromium, lead, rubber, asbestos, and petroleum hydrocarbons, it is imperative that the site be excavated, cleaned, and fully remediated. Failing that, construction of the proposed substation or even leaving the site alone will result in the movement of pollutants into the wetland where they can affect some of the species of conservation concern. According to the EPA, wetlands are among the most productive ecosystems in the world, comparable to rainforests and coral reefs. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jill Fieldstein. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. This is my third time up here asking this board to hire an independent consultant to review the issues you've been going over tonight. As was apparent from many of the questions that was raised by the board, by Ms. Roman on the board, there are questions about many of the issues that seem to be treating as settled, but are not the least bit settled. So a while back, there was a representation that you were going to hire an independent consultant. I'm not really sure what happened to that and what the status of that, and it would be great if you could address the status of the independent consultant that was going to be hired by the board. But we do need independent and qualified consultants to evaluate the potential impacts that the Transco project may have to our environment. I call on this board to reject the resolution for the negative declaration and issue a positive declaration of impact, and to hire qualified professionals to fully evaluate the environmental situation. As the New York Energy and Climate Advocates stated in a recent letter to the board, the environmental assessment should take into consideration the cumulative impacts not only from this Transco project, but all other existing and planned power facilities in the areas near the Transco project. I asked this board, as I did a year ago, in my email January 31st, 2022, and as well as a few months ago, to get the assistance of an independent consultant to make this board's very important decisions. Decisions that will have a long-term impact on our community, and to keep this public hearing open
For a minute.
while such assessments are being made. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Jessica Wade. And you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, I'm Jessica Wade. I reside at Route 55. Good evening, Chairman Courtine and Planning Board members. Given the Cumulative Impacts Bill S8830 that was recently passed by Governor Hochul, as well as the Hudsonia assessment that was just uploaded to the Dovertown site, I'm encouraging the Planning Board to issue a positive declaration and an EIS in order to take a closer look. Obviously, most of the boxes on the AF were checked no or small impact, but small impacts added up make a big impact. And we need to start looking at all of these small impacts or segmented projects like Iroquois Gas or CB Gas Plant or Transco as cumulative and not their separate small impacts, because they do add up and they are located neighboring the Great Swamp and within close proximity to our aquifer and our school, as well as now a gas plant. It's important that we do our due diligence in ensuring the health, safety, and environmental well-being of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Laura Schindel. Okay, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Laura Schindel. I'm a senior organizer with Food and Water Watch. We have over 80,000 members in New York State. Our mission is to protect the people's access to safe and reliable food and water, our climate, and also our democracy. I also work for Food and Water Watch's sister organization, Food and Water Action, which is a political action organization that endorses and campaigns on behalf of political candidates who prioritize and champion important public health and environmental issues. We have concerns about the Transco proposal and the impacts that it would have on a community already facing a slew of industrial projects and pollution. The proximity of the project to the school, wetlands, and many threatened and endangered species habitats requires careful analysis and experts who are fully qualified to evaluate the true risks of the project. We understand you've had many public hearings on this issue, and that at these hearings there has been almost unanimous outcry from the community asking more questions and asking for more analysis, and with the exception of a single person advocating for the green lighting of the project. We're calling on the planning board and the town supervisor who appoints you to stop green lighting and fast tracking a project that your constituents have so strongly united against. The planning board and supervisor must act in accordance to what their constituents are pleading for, issue a positive declaration for an environmental impact statement, and represent the best interests and expressed concerns of the people who live and vote here, not corporate lobbyists. Local elections are coming up. The voters and political organizations like Food and Water Action
1 minute.
will remember if you decide to champion the people in this beautiful area or bend to the will of big industry and abdicate your responsibilities as civil servants to fight for the public interest. We urge you, the planning board, please issue a positive declaration for an EIS so a qualified agency can give the project proper analysis that is thorough and not confined to narrow scope of a one-size-fits-all checkbox system that does not adequately represent the full scope of concerns of this project. Your decision will, in your words of the form we reviewed tonight, your decision will have a moderate or large impact on the future industrialization of your beautiful town, property values, environmental justice, and of course the outcomes of your local elections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Lazaro. Okay, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer, Confederate Drive. First, Cricket Valley Energy is not the character of this community. Second, are you telling me that the predominant architecture of my community is towers, wires, and smokestacks? Should I add that to my property listing when I sell? In light of the Hudsonia letter, amongst others, I'm shocked at the determination you have made to check several boxes as no or small impact when we community members would think otherwise. I want to clarify for the record, with regard to the letter you received from Transco attorneys recently, dated January 4th, 2023, that the public has had substantial, quote, substantial opportunity to participate in this process, and another quote, Transco's engagement with the public about its plans for Dover Station began in the spring of 2021, end quote. Opportunity to participate would insinuate a two-way dialogue or discussion took place. It wasn't until September 2022 that the public was permitted to participate in the assault of our neighborhood and special resources. We've only been permitted to speak on 4 occasions, beginning September 2022 through this evening, and we certainly have been doing so. Prior to the first public hearing, we were only allowed to submit written comments. I've shared the events that have taken place with my school administrators, my school board of education, the PTSA, and my union representatives. I'm terrified at the negative impact this project could have on our school district, and I shared the details on that with them and you as well in November. Your residents have self-educated and gone above and beyond to provide ample documentation and thorough research to illustrate why Transco is not right for our community on so many levels. We are forced to entrust in you that you will do what is right for our citizens. We are done being the host communities for the benefit of others. This complete project won't even provide one single job at the unmanned facility. Our eyes are wide open. Even Governor Hochul has signed legislation this past December to protect areas like ours. Please do what you were appointed to do and protect our community. Just like you, I've had enough lengthy meetings away from our families. Be assured, though, for as long as this goes on, we will be here, I will be here, to advocate for my children and my students and to support my neighbors. You're overburdening us with research and fact-checking, and we have collected and shared enough data to send Transco to a more appropriate location. If this project was safe and prosperous for our residents, they would need layer after layer of attachments to explain how they will circumvent the protections that were put in place for a reason. The letter sent from Transco's attorney earlier this month appears as a scare tactic to me, and clearly they underestimate this community. I'm not scared, and you should not be either. How brazen for a company to think that a town planning board would be more fearful of an outsider than worried about the feelings and safety of its own constituents. As appointed officials, I would be more concerned with disappointing this group of residents than the company trying to infiltrate our community for their own personal gains. I'll leave you with this. Do what is right with all the research and documentation we have provided to you, because our children and our future is watching us right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Frank. Yes. You have 3 minutes.
Agent Orange has no impact on human health. That's what I heard tonight. This project may be beyond the scope of this planning board. Substations have transformers. They get hot and are cooled with oil. The oil can burn and cause dioxins, which are Agent Orange. It happened in Manhattan, and all of lower Manhattan is called a toxic zone, and there's been 7,000 cancer deaths, most of them firemen. There's something called a Special Victim Compensation Fund with billions of dollars to anybody who's breathed the air in Manhattan over a 2-year period of the remnants of that dust and those fumes. I think you really got to hire somebody who knows what's going on here.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Benjamin Schwartz. You have 3 minutes.
I'd like to thank each and every one of the planning boards here for spending your evening on this issue. I much appreciate it. So I am here in front of the planning board again for a positive declaration on the Transco project on Route 22. I'm very surprised that there was no independent expert review as promised, because I did witness the planning board vote to get an independent exit, and I'm not independent expert, and I'm not sure how then there is no independent expert. I assume once a vote is completed, everyone votes to say yes, we're going to have an independent expert, that independent expert would appear, and I'm sure that would be legal, and I'm not sure what's happening here without that. There has been this new Hudsonia report. We've been hearing a lot of Transco data. Transco is obviously going to make a lot of money off the substation, so of course it's going to feed you data that is going to profit them. I'm not sure why we're sourcing so much information from Transco. They have no independent whatsoever except for their shareholders who need to make more money for themselves. So I'm puzzled why there's so much sourcing from the Transco data. I would also want to point out that it's really important that we analyze these projects thoroughly. I want to give an example of Harlem Valley Homestead. They've been in front of this board for almost 5 years to build cabins on a piece of land. We're talking about a substation that has toxic oil, as the previous speaker dealt with, and I don't think that if you're going to give 5 years to an organic farm retreat center, I think we should also be equally analytical to Transco, a multinational corporation that's based in London, England, whereas the farm there is also locally owned. So I think at least we should have equal treatment. I'm skeptical about this all this money that Transco is supposed to be giving the town. We were promised a lot of money in tax breaks from Cricket Valley. I still pay over $12,000 a year in taxes. Cricket Valley has not changed that. In any way, I don't think we should be sacrificing our health and safety for property tax breaks. And I appreciate you all for your time. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next we have Kim Frazier. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kim Frachek. I'm the director of Sane Energy Project. We're a 12-year-old New York State-based organization representing about 24,000 New Yorkers, and about 685 of them are from this area and in and around Dover who oppose this project. Issue a positive declaration tonight. Don't avoid protecting your community for Transco's pocket change for their massive private profits. We are not against jobs for our brothers here from IBEW. We want you to have permanent, secure, safe jobs. My organization, along with New York Lawyers for the Public Interest and Food and Water Watch, surveyed the area of this proposed project today. Opposition is growing rapidly as multinational corporations are trying to use, abuse, and injure this beautiful region by industrializing it for private profit. It's wrong. I want to thank Tamar Bowman for having Dover's town interest in mind to question the company's facts. Our members demand that you issue a positive declaration once and for all and get a full environmental impact statement. What's the problem here? Why are you taking the word of Transco, a subsidiary of National Grid, a UK-based corporation, with a CEO, John Pettigrew, as I mentioned in the last hearing, that makes $4,300 per hour. That's who you're dealing with here. The Transco representative who came to the microphone today to complain about the timeline to build his project just because the people of Dover have concerns and want a professional cumulative environmental impact study performed by the DEC, and further hedging their bets that they can push Dover around by purchasing the property of the proposed project. They think this is a slam dunk. Why aren't you asking these questions? Where is the independent analysis? And for the Transco rep here to claim that the people are just here to have a problem with any proposal, you're wrong. The future of Dover should be flourishing local businesses such as Harlem Valley Homestead, White Pine Community Farm, Brookby Farms that nourish and sustain local workers and economy and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do apologize for mispronouncing your last name. Also, it's Planning Board Member Rahman. Okay, that is it for people who have signed up to speak at this public hearing? I was in the middle of saying something, thank you. That is it for everyone who has signed up to speak at this public hearing. If there's anyone who'd like to come to the podium to speak now for New York Transco, please do so at this time. You don't have to raise your hand, you just walk to the podium. Just state your name so I could write it on the list. Thank you.
It's Adam Haid, over on Old Forge Road. My statement is not directed to the planning board members, but instead to everyone here tonight with concerns about the Transco project. I hope all of you will stay to hear the public comments for the next project on the schedule tonight, Harlem Valley Homestead. These two projects, although very different, have a lot in common. If approved, they could have significant irreversible environmental impacts. More importantly, if these projects are approved, they will set a precedent for others to follow. Having been involved with the Harlem Valley Homestead project since the beginning, I can tell you it's absolutely clear that their submission requires a draft environmental impact statement as required by SECRA. If there isn't enough to trigger a DIS for Transco project, then we need to do more to make our zoning more restricted for these types of projects. As for the HVH project, it seems our municipality might ignore safety recommendations from our fire department and even recommendations from the county planner to build outside of our stream corridor setbacks. Regardless if some like an idea of a project or if they think it will be beneficial economically for the town, we must remember that the decisions that we make as a town on one project have significant implications for other projects in the future. Transco would not be here tonight if we didn't allow Cricket Valley in the door. If you were planning to leave early, again, please stay. If the planning board does not adopt a positive declaration for the next project, then I can't imagine how they would require one for any other project in the future, Transco and alike.
Okay, thank you. Someone please go to the podium.
Jim Utter, Friends of the Great Swamp.
You have 3 minutes, thank you.
I was here at the first hearing, and I had submitted a letter to you folks before that, stating our two major concerns are the potential pollution coming in to our wetlands that are just off this property, and the chemical pollution from the junkyard and how it was just bulldozed over to the edge of the limestone plateau there, and it's full of crap. And the other was the potential of blasting, harming the integrity of the groundwater and the bedrock and so on down into the fen area adjacent property. Unfortunately, we never got that, either one, because the consultants are hired and beholden and really report to Transco. We have never gotten the real chemical pollution data to really understand what is going on there. There was a document that we got that said that it was not up to the level of regulatory control. But what was it? What are the results that they've gotten? We couldn't figure it out. So we did our own sampling. And results that we got back about 4 weeks ago, were for the heavy metals. And there's high levels of iron and aluminum that are coming out of there. And I sent them to Dr. Kiviat to use for his report. And this afternoon I got back the report on the organics there. And we have levels that are significant of a phthalate chemical
1 minute.
which is a plasticizer, a carcinogen. And it was in all 3 of our samples at fairly high levels. We still don't have the samples back on the soils, but these are significant. And to let this go through, I had called and tried to get the results from these chemical tests that Transco had and couldn't get them. So I think you really need to look at this. I'm disappointed you folks sitting up there have not raised questions and challenged these people. I assume that you're doing it not out here in the open, but you're doing it yourself. And I thank Ms. Rowan for at least going after some of these statements that are, you don't really have the data to say that you're answering it properly. You just really need to get some independent consultants that will help you get through this. These are not simple problems, simple that the public can really deal with. We don't have the expertise. But I beg you, get involved and really be aggressive on it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Erin Wade Bassapoli. I understand that largely all of the findings discussed earlier have resulted as no or small impact. I don't fully understand why there's no differentiation between the answer no and the answer small impact. I say this because there is a difference. If it is such that the true answer to these questions is all small impact, I think we must consider that when combined, small impacts have quite a large impact. I'm not well versed in the environment, but I am a nurse. So if I were to create an analogy here, I would compare it to stubbing a finger or a toe. Stub it once, no harm done. Stub it 50 times, repeatedly, once after the other, and you're looking at bone injury. You're looking at permanently weakening and damaging that bone. By allowing these repeated small impacts, we're weakening and damaging the integrity of our town. I think it's time that we strengthen our town and change the landscape and character. We're responsible for what the character of our town is, yet we've accepted application one after another for industrial builds. I hope that the goal of our town is to have a bit more character than what these facilities and others like it will breed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir, please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Robert Herzog. I'm former director of New York City's Energy Office and resident of Wingdale since 1955, having seen a great many changes here, but seeing also a great many efforts to preserve what is a pretty special environment. Certainly driving across Cricket Hill and thinking of these tall towers at the end of that road is disturbing. Cricket Valley Energy is not the predominant nature of this community. Cricket Valley Energy, more than half of its power goes out of state. The justification for Transco seems primarily to service grids to the east of us. Dover is in effect becoming a dumping ground for helping other communities without a lot of local benefit. It's pointless to reiterate the numerous objections that have been raised and concerns about the environmental and other impacts here. The greatest level of mitigation is to say something is not needed. Nothing has been given to support the claims that this really supports the renewable energy resources of New York State, and everything has been there to indicate the opposite. It would just seem to me that given the preponderance of both community concerns and the evidence presented, that a negative declaration would have to be considered arbitrary and capricious under an Article 78 proceeding. And I would urge the town board and the planning board to make a positive declaration, hire the independent consultant who said you were going to do last time we met, and proceed on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one approaching the podium, Whenever you're ready. If everyone could just sign up ahead of time and just queue right up, that'd be great.
Yes, sorry
We're all
about
sitting
that.
here. Thank you. Please proceed. Your name?
Mitchell Ibarra, Dover Plains, New York, Fort Creek Lane.
Mitchell, what was it?
Ibarra, I-B-A-R-R-A.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Sorry for my tardiness. I was in Poughkeepsie driving over here, and I was just listening to you guys on YouTube. So, I've been a resident of Dover for over 20 years, born and raised. I was here when Cricket Valley was showcasing their project in DHS, Dover High School. They lied about bringing a green energy company. I don't think that Transco is any better. I think the town board's competency should be called into question if Transco is allowed to undergo their business here. You are approving a project that is not even a mile away from your schools, and our farms. The comment that zoning is compliant with other structures in place is not just concerning because it opens the door for other businesses just as Transco, but the location in question is already an agricultural and community-based, not industrial. Look at those beautiful paintings behind you, those ones right there. And that is what you are representing. That is what we elected you to preserve. That is what we want our town to continue to look like. There are projects on a smaller, more conceivable scale that I have proposed already privately with Richino, and that was for a farmers market, local farmers market. So you would be using local farms around us and helping those local businesses produce and have a local farm. Also, a hospital too would be, beneficial as well. Not a energy company, as just previously stated. It won't even help us, and a lot of the electrical from Cricket Valley is not even doing anything to our electric bills. For my mom and dad, their electric bills have gone up, and that is pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Seeing no one approaching the podium at this time. Okay, so members of the planning board, this is the 4th public hearing that we've had for NY Transco. The planning board can continue this public hearing, the planning board could end this public hearing, the planning board could end this public hearing and leave it open for written comment for 7 or 10 days. Discuss.
Well, I think it makes sense to leave it open for written comments.
Okay.
Is 10 days a standard period?
7 or, you have to be on the microphone. So
I'm sorry.
again, 7 or 10 days. I mean, we don't have to leave it open for written comment at all, but if we leave it open for written comment, a day or two, obviously it would not seem fair, and I would hope most people could get their thoughts out within a week or a week and a half. So
I would say to February 1st, which is Wednesday. It's a week and 2 days, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 business days and a weekend, so comments can be put together.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Okay, so-
personally, I think it makes sense to continue it for written comment for that period of time.
Okay, thank you, Member Roman. Any other thoughts?
I agree.
I agree.
Roll it over to you.
The written comment, you don't have to leave it open by vote to allow the public comments for 10 more days, do you?
You do.
Well, we would have to, because we could just close the public hearing. I'm not suggesting we do this, but we could close the public hearing and then that's it.
Leave it open for
We have to
comment.
either leave it open, close it, or close it and leave it open for written comments
Written
to
comments.
some date, time specific. So, Member Williams, Member Villano,
Leave it open until February 1st.
for written comment.
For written comments?
I agree.
All right, there's a motion.
Applicant.
we're going to wait on you there. Thanks. We're going to continue our discussion and vote on the public hearing and written comment. Thank you.
I can't speak.
Okay, excuse me, thank you. Not necessary. Do you feel that speaking at this time will add to our discussion of what we're going to do with this public hearing?
Understanding process, that's all I'm trying to.
Okay. You've heard the three options. It seems clear what the planning board is looking to do. Did you want to add to that or not?
Well, as we said earlier, we were hoping to close the public hearing fully tonight. The issue that happens is if you keep a comment period open, you will likely get things probably close to the end,
Mhm.
and then there'll be a question of, well, we should keep it open again. So the question becomes, how do you address the end of the public hearing?
The board
Okay.
is looking tonight, what I just heard, a vote to close the public testimony portion of the hearing and allow written comments through close of business February 1st. Once that's done, it's done.
Right.
And as the applicant, they have an opportunity to look at what was submitted and.
Of course, it's all a matter of public record.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Any additional discussion amongst the planning board members? Okay. I'll make a motion to close this public hearing, leave it open for written comment to February 1st at close of business being 4 p.m.
Early, they sent things at 4:01,
Oh, that would be too late.
4:05, and I'm not here.
That would be too late.
So if we could do it like 3:30 or 3 o'clock, because most of the stuff that does come in for this comes in on Wednesday after 4 o'clock through Sunday at 9 o'clock at night.
Motion to close the public hearing, leave it open for written comments until February 1st at 3 p.m. Motion made by myself, seconded by Member Sador. Discussion? Any further discussion amongst the planning board members? Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion I put forward, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Okay, so if you have any additional comments, they will need to be in writing. You have until Wednesday, February 1st at 3 p.m. to submit them. They should be submitted to our secretary's email address, landuse@doverny.us. You can find it on the town's website. Okay, so at this time, Attorney Polidoro, do you have a legal recommendation for the planning board?
Well, the legal steps for the planning board, let me just keep talking about SECR a little bit, because
Sure.
a lot of people have raised comments or questions saying the board should adopt a positive declaration. So I know that we go through SECR all the time on projects, but normally not projects of this size. And so a negative declaration ends the environmental review process and allows you to move forward towards a vote on the merits of the application itself. A positive declaration says that you find that there's a probability for significant adverse environmental impacts, and you want the applicant to take the next step and prepare what's called a draft environmental impact statement. So it usually comes in like 2 big binders, and this board would likely be the lead agency, and so there were some comments tonight about having, do a POSDEC, have another agency take over the review. That's not the case. It would come back to this board. What happens is this board would make a list, a scoping document, identifying what the likely environmental impacts would be. So using our Part 2, you would identify maybe impacts on wetlands and surface water, threatened and endangered species, critical environmental areas. Then the applicant takes our list. They put their studies together demonstrating why they believe there's no impacts. They've already done a lot of these. Actually, they've done all the studies already that you would normally get in an EIS. So then it comes back to you, packaged in that order with the studies that have been done. And then there's a process in reviewing it. So there's a required public hearing. You take comments on the studies that were done. any, consultant review that was done. And then you still, at the end of that process, you have to decide whether the project will result in any significant adverse environmental impacts or not. So that is the process that, when they say, adopt a POS deck, that is what they're talking about. They're saying do this longer review process where you ask the applicant to submit studies. So this question of
Thank you.
this
Attorney
question
Polidoro.
of independent review, as I said, it would be this board doing the review, and it would be circulated to all the other involved agencies, just as this project has already been circulated to DEC. You've already received input from DEC. You've already received input from SHPO. So that consultation has taken place. We've done sort of what we call an expanded EAF process, where instead of reviewing part 2, when the applicant first came in and said, these are the likely impacts, go study them, we went through a process with them where we identified impacts, they brought in studies, you asked for more information, they brought in more information. So you've gone through a more informal review process to get to the end. And so the positive declaration does not yield necessarily any different results. It's just a more formal process to get the studies prepared by the applicant. I also just briefly want to address this idea of an independent review.
Yes.
What the board at one point was looking for was an independent energy consultant, because the board's planner, the board's engineer, myself, we're all already independent. We are not hired by Transco, nor do we work for Transco.
Right.
So we were talking about an independent energy consultant. It turns out there are not many that work for governmental agencies. And we did have one who we reached out to, and we were unable to come to an agreement with him on his work for lots of reasons, and we can go into an attorney-client session if you want to hear more. But he was going to be tasked with reviewing, evaluating limited claims, whether the applicant's analysis on why the wires should not be undergrounded was sufficient or reasonable justification to not underground them. So it wasn't to review every aspect of the project. It was a very limited review that you were looking for. As we just went through part 2, I believe most of the board members determined, or seem likely to determine, that even with the wires not undergrounded, that it's not going to result in a significant adverse impact. So, you may not need that analysis at all.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. So, do we need to do anything further at this time with this full environmental assessment form part 2?
Yes. So the board tonight has 2 options. If I give them to you, then I think I know which way it'll go. But you can vote on the negative declaration tonight and end the SECR process, or you can hold off and vote at your next meeting and at that time.
Okay. All right. So having heard from our attorney, we have this full environmental assessment form part 2. Then we have the part 3 narrative that is going to have 1 additional paragraph. Discussion?
I would like to have more time on my own to really read through all this documentation, both the questions that we went through and the document that's up on the screen right now. And I would ask that we postpone voting on positive or negative declaration until the next meeting.
I agree.
Okay. Member Sidor?
I agree.
Agree. Okay, our next meeting is Monday,
February 6th.
February 6th. Okay, it's 2 weeks from tonight. All right. So I don't need to make a motion. We just don't do anything right now. Is there anything further that the planning board
So,
should look at legally this evening?
not this evening, but for the next meeting,
Mhm.
the applicant has submitted a narrative explaining why they believe they meet all the special use permit criteria. So after you complete seeker, if you adopt a neg deck, if you adopt a pos deck, we go in a different direction. That's your next step, is to start evaluating whether what they've submitted can be approved in accordance with your zoning law.
Okay.
And now that the hearing is closed, you should strive to make that decision within, you have a maximum of 62 days to make that decision.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Planner Werner, anything further from you?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Engineer Berger?
No.
Okay. All right. Any member of the planning board have any comments or questions at this time?
Could you just
Okay.
please remind me, what is the title of this document? This is the neg.
This is the 2023_01_23_ NY Transco Substation 2238 Route 22 draft negative declaration.
Okay, and this is all up on the town website.
I believe it was posted, right, Marilyn?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, with that,
I'll double check tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it was posted today.
okay.
We'll send around an update to the board
A
anyways.
new
with the
paragraph,
additional
and then
paragraph.
that should be posted.
Oh, great, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is a discussion and public hearing on Harm Valley Homestead. The time is 9:32. Would the planning board do well to have a 5-minute recess? Or that just makes the meeting end
Makes it
5 minutes
5 minutes
later?
longer.
Yeah, we power through.
All right.
Kill me now.
Please pass this down.
I'm terrified.
Secretary?
Roads are going to turn to ice while we're in here. Really. Oh, I'm such a coward when it comes to driving on bad roads already.
All right, let's give a moment for the room to clear out.
Parking spaces left. So I went, behind the building and said, damn, there's one space left. I have to go in.
Joe.
But it's really far away. I don't know. I think
Okay.
you can go out the side door.
Sign up.
Just for HVH. Okay. So we're going to have a discussion and public hearing on Harlem Valley Homestead. Any members of the public who have not signed up for the public hearing, the planning board would greatly appreciate you doing that at this time.
Oh, yes. That was excellent, your comment before, right?
Oh, yeah?
You'll have to tell me at the end of the meeting.
About queuing up.
Yes, I would appreciate
That's
it.
what I've.
Okay.
It didn't look like she was doing. Yeah, right?
We can take a 5-minute recess, Eva. It's
okay.
Okay.
Have a nice cushy chair like you can.
Yeah, you can stand up. It's just if a few of you leave, then the meeting pauses until you come back.
I'll sit on that one.
I just want to stand up.
Standing is still, you're still part of the quorum if you're standing in place.
Sure. Listen, if you're going to give, I'm going to go.
I said
to
we could
ladies'
have a
room.
recess, I don't know. All right, is everyone, could I please have a seat? Planning board members will have a courtesy of another
My notebook
15,
is going
20
to die,
seconds.
too.
Okay. So, first discussion, Harlem Valley Homestead, and then we will continue the public hearing. All right, so,
Good evening, I'm Sean Watson from Insight Engineering, Surveying, Landscape Architecture.
good evening, Mr. Watson. Yeah, you gotta.
Microphone on?
Sure. Here representing Harlem Valley Homestead, here for a continued public hearing on the project.
Mr. Watson, sorry. We need to check that the microphone is
check.
on. We can hear you, but it doesn't sound like the microphone is on.
Hello, check.
No.
Check.
No.
Hello? Check.
Yeah.
Okay, we think so.
Good?
I don't know.
All right.
Go ahead.
Good evening, I'm John Watson from Insight Engineering, Surveying, and Landscape Architecture, here representing the continued public hearing for the Harlem Valley Homestead Project. At the last public hearing, we left here with 2 items. We have addressed both of them and submitted back to the board. One was having easements for all of the affected properties along Old Forge Road. We have those easements submitted for your review. The other was the outstanding comments from New York State DEC. Since then, we have a sign-off letter from New York State DEC addressing all of their comments with respect to all of the items they've been looking at.
Mr. Watson, let me just have you pause there for a second.
Sure.
Hello? Is the microphone picking up his voice? Thank you. Please continue.
Sure. We have also provided a letter to the board giving a status of all the sister agencies as to where we are with their reviews. Most of them are just waiting for a secret determination from your board before they can continue their review. So at this time, we have nothing further to provide or discuss. So we'd like to give it back to the board.
Okay. Time I have no additional comments or questions with members of the planning board than our consultants. Member Sador? Member Holmes? Member Little Belvedere?
No.
Member Roman?
Nope.
Member Williams? Member Villano? Okay. Attorney Polidoro?
I recommend that we go through the part 2 again, just as we did with the last application, and then allow the public to comment on it during the public hearing.
Okay. Planner Werner?
Yes, I agree with that, and I think I'll add that, just for background, the applicant had originally prepared a Part 2 where they checked off a lot of moderate to large impacts. They prepared a Part 3 narrative report, which we've edited, the 3 of us, and sent back to them. They provided a revised version late last week, so it's not, we haven't had a chance to go through their changes made on our edits. But they did address every single topic in the Part 2. They cite the section and then, the citation from the Part 2 in their analysis, and the goal would be for us to rely on that report in determining significance, neg deck, pos deck. So the version of the Part 2 that we'll have tonight is basically a reflection of having reviewed that, our opinion on the impact, no or small versus moderate to large, based on what's provided in that report, based on project changes they made during the course of the review. So just wanted to point that out before you go through it.
Thank you. Engineer Berger?
No, nothing.
Thank you. Okay. Having heard from our consultants, any members of the planning board have any additional comments or questions at this time? All right, let's go through the environmental assessment form, part 2. All right, number 1, impact on land. Proposed action may involve construction on or physical alteration of the land surface of the proposed site. Yes. Proposed action may involve construction on land where the depth to water table is less than 3 feet. No or small impact. Proposed action may involve construction on slopes of 15% or greater. No or small impact. Proposed action may involve construction on land where bedrock is exposed or generally within 5 feet of existing ground surface. No or small impact. Proposed action may involve the excavation and removal of more than 1,000 tons of natural material. No or small impact. Proposed action may involve construction that continues for more than 1 year or in multiple phases. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in increased erosion, whether from physical disturbance or vegetation removal, including from treatment by herbicides, no or small impact. The proposed action is or may be located within a coastal erosion hazard area, no or small impact. Any members of the planning board have any comments or questions on number 1?
What is the anticipated construction schedule? I don't think that was ever defined. Sorry. What is the anticipated construction schedule? I don't think that was ever defined.
It's 3 phases, but they can elaborate.
We prepared a erosion and sediment control plan that included a phasing plan, and it did have 4 phases of work on the project. So there is a plan that lists out 4 different phases of work that have to happen sequentially, and it gives a listing of what happens in each of the phases, and then there's a map that shows blocks of the site per phase.
So what is overall duration?
Less
than or more than a year?
More than a year. Yeah.
So 2 years? Each year and a half?
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think it's a year. Yeah, it's more than a year, but it's not several years.
Okay.
So the proposed action may involve construction that continues for more than 1 year or in multiple phases. So is that,
So that should be
construction
that should be moderate.
being more than 1 year or in multiple phases a small impact or moderate to large impact?
Because it's a threshold question, we should identify it as moderate to large and then discuss it in the part 3.
In the part 3. Okay. Volano, anything further there?
That was it.
Or you were saying, okay.
That was perfect.
You were agreeing, okay. Anything further on number 1? All right, number 2. Impact on geological features. The proposed action may result in the modification or destruction of or inhibit access to any unique or unusual landforms on the site. Examples of cliffs, dunes, minerals, fossils, caves. And the answer is no. Any comments or questions on number 2? Number 3, impacts on surface water. The proposed action may affect one or more wetlands or other surface water bodies, streams, rivers, ponds, or lakes. So yes. Okay. Proposed action may create a new water body, no or small impact. Proposed action may result in an increase or decrease of over 10% or more than a 10-acre increase or decrease in the surface area of any body of water, no or small impact. Proposed action may involve dredging more than 100 cubic yards of material from a wetland or water body, no or small impact. Proposed action may involve construction within or adjoining a freshwater or tidal wetland or in the bed or banks of any other water body, no or small impact. Proposed action may create turbidity in a water body, either from upland erosion, runoff, or by disturbing bottom sediments, no or small impact. Proposed action may include construction of one or more intake or intakes for withdrawal of water from surface water, no or small impact. Proposed action may include construction of one or more outfall or outfalls for discharge of wastewater to surface water or waters, no or small impact. The proposed action may cause soil erosion or otherwise create a source of stormwater discharge that may lead to siltation or other degradation of receiving water bodies, no or small impact. Proposed action may affect the water quality of any water bodies within or downstream of the site of the proposed action, no or small impact. Proposed action may involve the application of pesticides, herbicides in or around any water body, no or small impact. The proposed action may require the construction of new or expansion of existing wastewater treatment facilities, no or small impact. And that's that. Any members of the planning board have any comments or questions? This is the top of it. So, which?
There's some about disturbance downstream.
Right.
Water runoff.
Let's see.
During construction, I know that there's going to have to be sediment if there's storms. What's your proposed plans for that?
Yeah, there's a detailed set of erosion and sediment control plans that we've submitted that have been reviewed by the town engineer. There are numerous different types of ways that we're going to address the construction so that the sediment will be contained on site. There's a New York State manual that we have to abide by the standard details of. So we've provided those details. We've broken the project into different phases so that you're not opening the whole site up at once. We're showing how we can collect the water from each of these phases into temporary areas to collect and contain the sediment so that it doesn't run off downstream.
So the sediment control system is what you put in first?
Absolutely. Yeah, if you go back to that erosion control plan that I mentioned with the phasing plan, it lists out phasing by phase.
Yeah.
The first part of every phase before you do any earthwork or construction is install sediment erosion control plans for that phase. Yeah.
Well, it's not just the sediment plan, it's also going to be the inspection plan. Both, they have their own independent inspector that has to file reports for DEC, and the town, my firm, will be doing the inspections to make sure that all the facilities are in place, specifically during storms or right before storms, and that's one of our roles we do for the town.
I know, but these freak storms come on once in a while. You know,
Sure.
Don't have your stuff in order.
Well, that's why the inspections should make sure that occurs. And
Okay.
what we do, and we've done this successfully with some of the bigger projects that came before us, if a storm is about to come, we do a spot inspection beforehand, and the contractors, specifically a site like this, would have to have the facility and ability to make rapid fit repairs if needed or additional work is needed, unlike smaller projects which don't, and we would expect that of them. And we do have, the building department here has a rapid response. They aid me in the inspections as well. So the town building department does inspections as well as I do.
Ramon? Anything further?
I'm good.
Okay. So the proposed action may involve construction in the bed or banks of any other water body. So the bed is underlying the river. The banks would be, I guess, what is defined as the banks of the river. And I know you're proposing to do some construction near the river, but...
Correct, yeah. We've actually had interpretation from DEC. We met the DEC out on site to get their specific interpretation of their own definition of what specifically includes the banks of the river.
Sure.
And we walked up and down the site and got clear definition from them, and that was part of their sign-off, was that they agreed that all of our construction is outside of that area except for one small drainage feature that we were proposing, which we're going to pull out of the project so that we're not disturbing any better banks.
Okay. And there was discussion, I remember at one point, of having like a trail that might go down to the river at some point, but I would say that could probably be a small impact.
And also that trail is not, there's no proposed earthwork associated with that. It's intended to be a walking trail.
Right.
So it'll be just be cleared and maintained.
We asked, I remember asking DEC to review that to see if they would need a stream disturbance permit, and they didn't think it was necessary based on that nature of that work. And I would just like to add, just for the record, I know there was a letter from the county on the latest 239M that mentioned that some of the cabins were still within the stream corridor buffer. I think they misinterpreted the actual, like the extent of the stream corridor overlay district. The 150-foot buffer, there's no structures proposed within that. So there's the actual district itself. Within that, you can't have a structure within 150 feet of the edge of the stream. None of the structures that they cited are in that buffer area. They just misinterpreted, I think, the district line.
Right, at one point there was going to be cabins within 150 feet, or
Did
the
pull them
deck
out.
of a
Yeah.
couple of the cabins was going to be within 150 feet.
That was flagged originally, and then they pulled them back. So that was a change they made in response to that from, I think, the county the first time they reviewed it.
Mhm.
And in the second letter, they said we're still seeing cabins within. It was just, I think they looked at it incorrectly.
Okay. Now, just with this being there's an agricultural operation taking place here, are there any pesticides or herbicides that are used?
Around the water body, on the farm in general, just so I know what I'm answering.
The proposed action may involve the application of pesticides or herbicides in or around any water body. And I guess it could also be what's around.
We have no plans for, I mean, we run our farm, we're not certified organic, we run it as a farm we're certifiable, one might say. But there's no plans for application of herbicides or pesticides in or around water bodies linked to our plan.
All right. And I guess also the application is really on everything you're looking to do on top of your agricultural operation, so
Yes,
whatever herbicides or pesticides you might use, you're not using additional because of the application.
exactly.
Okay. Yes, good. Okay, thank you. Anything further? Any members of the planning board? Number 3. Okay, number 4. Impact on groundwater. The proposed action may result in new or additional use of groundwater, or may have the potential to introduce contaminants to groundwater or an aquifer. So yes. Okay, the proposed action may require new water supply wells or create additional demand on supplies from existing water supply wells. No or small impact. Water supply demand from the proposed action may exceed safe and sustainable withdrawal capacity rate of the local supply or aquifer. No or small impact. The proposed action may allow or result in residential uses in areas without water and sewer services. No or small impact. The proposed action may include or require wastewater discharge to groundwater. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in the construction of water supply wells in locations where groundwater is or is suspected to be contaminated. No or small impact. The proposed action may require the bulk storage of petroleum or chemical products over groundwater or an aquifer. No or small impact. The proposed action may involve the commercial application of pesticides within 100 feet of potable drinking water or irrigation sources. No or small impact. Okay. Any members of the planning board have any comments, questions with respect to this?
You have the checkbox in H checked. Inadvertent, or?
That was there on the previous one, too. There were no other impacts.
Yeah, it shouldn't be
Wondering if
checked.
something was missing.
Yeah.
You can uncheck that.
Okay. I mean, there are wells on the site, but Senator Werner, anything?
Yeah, well, they're working with the health department on the water supply and the wastewater. It's under review. It's been under review for a while. I think, like Mr. Watson said, that in order to continue that review, they're just waiting on the seeker determination. But I know Joe's office has reviewed those plans too. So,
And the health department requires a 200 circle around each well of no pesticides or any contamination. And that would be part of their permit that they get from the health department, which will be monitored by the health department after construction.
So double the 100 feet.
Because it's a public well, so it's a 200-foot circle.
Okay. All right. Anything further? Members of the planning board? Okay, number 5, impact on flooding. Proposed action may result in development on land subject to flooding. The answer is yes. Proposed action may result in development in a designated floodway. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in development within a 100-foot floodplain. No or small impact. 100-year floodplain. What did I say? I'm getting very tired. The proposed action may result in development within a 100-year floodplain. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in development within a 500-year floodplain. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in or require modification of existing drainage patterns. No or small impact. The proposed action may change floodwater flows that contribute to flooding. No or small impact. If there is a dam located on the site of the proposed action, is the dam in need of repair or upgrade? No or small impact. All right. So just real quick, are there any structures within the 100-year floodplain? Are there any structures within the 500-year floodplain?
No.
no.
And the site's only because of the road going up to the site is within the 100-year floodplain.
Right, the road itself.
Yes, the road itself that's existing today.
That is already existing. All right.
Does that count as development, fixing the road?
No, it's a
Within the
minor.
floodplain?
They're only widen, very minor, so that's not, that'd be small.
It does count as development, though.
Yeah, but
and
it's a small, excuse me, it's small.
In the applicant's review of the project, but when you're considering the magnitude of the development.
Under the small impact is where it would go under.
Okay. Any comments or questions on number 5?
Nope. That was it.
Okay, number 6, impacts on air. The proposed action may include a state-regulated air emission source. The answer is yes. The proposed action requires federal or state air emission permits. The action may also emit one or more greenhouse gases at or above the following levels. There's 6 levels. They're all no or small impact. The proposed action may generate 10 tons per year or more of any one designated hazardous air pollutant, or 25 tons per year or more of any combination of such hazardous air pollutants, no or small impact. The proposed action may the proposed action may require a state air registration or may produce an emissions rate of total contaminants that may exceed 5 pounds per hour or may include a heat source capable of producing more than 10 million BTUs per hour. No or small impact. The proposed action may reach 50% of any of the thresholds in A through C above. No or small impact. Proposed action may result in the combustion or thermal treatment of more than 1 ton of refuse per hour. No or small impact. F, other impacts. The project will involve air emissions associated with wood-burning fireplaces and a biomass boiler used on a regular basis. That'll
Say
have
involved, not involved, sorry.
Sorry?
It should say involve, not involved.
Will involve.
Will involve.
Yeah.
Right, so the issue with air quality on the project that's been brought up a lot
Just
has to do with...
no or small impact on that one.
Correct. Right. and
Planner
we've-
Werner, please go ahead.
Sorry. So the issue with air quality that's been brought up a lot on this is the wood-burning stoves at the cabins, the biomass boiler on the farm core area. Part of the review that we did on the Part 3, we asked the applicant to provide a little more information on the extent of the wood-burning fireplaces within the cabins, the nature of those, will they be providing full heat to each unit, the duration, like how much per year, how many times per year would they be in operation, those kind of things. They did provide that in the latest version that we just got at the end of last week. We haven't had a chance to review fully, but that's been something that's been brought up a lot. So we asked them to address it in the narrative, and we have to review it.
What about the biomass boiler?
My understanding is that's over in the farm core area. It's meant to provide the main source of heat for the project, but the applicants here, they can probably elaborate on the biomass boiler and the nature of it.
And do we know if that's moderate or no to little impact?
It wouldn't...
Well, let's see what they say.
For you guys to decide.
Yeah, based on the information you receive from them on it. I mean, all these thresholds you see in the Part 2 here are really geared towards industrial type projects, right? And it's unlikely that a biomass boiler is going to exceed these thresholds you're seeing here. We did ask them to elaborate on it, though, in the narrative.
Right, this was something that hadn't really been, we don't recall it being discussed during the meeting.
Not the biomass
Yeah, it
boiler.
was pretty vague, I thought.
Go ahead.
Biomass boiler takes generally cordwood or chipped wood and burns it to heat water to create heat for buildings. We plan to have one at the center of the farm core. They go through a certification process. Adding them up with any fireplaces and fire rings, we think we're still well below 50% of the threshold that would cause this to be anything other than a small impact. We don't have a brand name or a particular model of the biomass boiler. We're still, we haven't completed the secret process, so we haven't gone and inspect equipment yet. But it's not going to be remotely near the threshold that this question's lined up for. I think they're right. It's basically pointed at industrial uses, and we're a long way from that.
So it's just burning
firewood.
Just firewood.
Yeah, it's like a nice NDC compliant version of a cordwood boiler that creates heat for a home, but more at an institutional level. And we have, especially with the ash borer, we just have a lot of ash trees coming down and other woodlots to manage. Or silvopasture, where we both do pigs and also cows, and pasture mixed with woods. And so we just are constantly churning out wood, use that to heat with a piece of equipment that does really good job managing emissions.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Thank you.
How much cordwood do you expect it to burn each year?
We're probably not there yet where we can be exact with cords, but the numbers we've thrown around are somewhere between 10 and 20 cords for the site. So we're not talking about a lot of wood, but we're not there yet. So I
I
don't
run
want to stand by that
one
number.
to do my house, and I'm 8 to 10 cords a year in the winter.
You-
So I think you're estimate might be
It
optimistic.
could be wrong. It could be wrong. But we're still, like, we haven't gone through and calced it, but it's still, like, when we looked at the numbers that would determine what a large impact is, we're way under. I do 3 to 5, so it depends on how you do it.
And does firewood contain any designated hazardous air pollutant?
Also, sorry, all the systems have an HVAC system, so this is like a supplemental backup. It's not like it's our only source of heat in those buildings. Just wanted to clarify as well. Sorry.
That's a big clarification.
Yeah.
Does firewood contain designated hazardous air pollutants?
No.
Okay. Anything further on number 6? Okay. Number 7, impact on plants and animals. The proposed action may result in a loss of flora or fauna. The answer is yes. The proposed action may cause reduction in population or loss of individuals of any threatened or endangered species as listed by New York State or the federal government that use the site or are found on, over, or near the site. No or small impact. Proposed action may result in a reduction or degradation of any habitat used by any rare, threatened, or endangered species as listed by the New York State or the federal government. No or small impact. The proposed action may cause reduction in population or loss of individuals of any species of special concern or conservation need as listed by New York State or the federal government that use the site or are found on, over, or near the site. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in a reduction or degradation of any habitat used by any species of special concern and conservation need as listed by New York State or the federal government. No or small impact. Proposed action may diminish the capacity of a registered natural landmark to support the biological community it was established to protect. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in the removal of or ground disturbance in any proportion of a designated significant natural community. No or small impact. The proposed action may substantially interfere with nesting / breeding, foraging, or overwintering habitat for the predominant species that occupy or use the project site. No or small impact. Proposed action requires the conversion of more than 10 acres of forest, grasslands, or other regionally or locally important habitat. No or small impact. Proposed action, commercial, industrial, or recreational projects only, involves use of herbicides or pesticides. No or small impact. Any comments or questions on number 7? Okay, impact on agricultural resources. The proposed action may impact agricultural resources. Yes. Proposed action may impact soil classified within soil group 1 through 4 of the New York State Land Classification System. No or small impact. The proposed action may sever, cross, or otherwise limit access to agricultural land. Includes cropland, hayfields, pasture, vineyard, orchard, etc. No or small impact. The proposed action may result in the excavation or compaction of the soil profile of active agricultural land. No or small impact. Proposed action may irreversibly convert agricultural land to non-agricultural uses, either more than 2.5 acres if located in an agricultural district, or more than 10 acres if not within an agricultural district. No or small impact. Proposed action may disrupt or prevent installation of an agricultural land management system. No or small impact. Proposed action may result directly or indirectly in increased development potential or pressure on farmland. No or small impact. The proposed project is not consistent with the adopted municipal farmland protection plan. No or small impact. Any comments or questions on number 8? Just for letter D, the proposed action may irreversibly convert agricultural land to non-agricultural uses, either more than 2.5 acres if located in an agricultural district. This is located in an agricultural district, yes or no? Okay. Collectively, the roadways and the buildings do not come to 2.5 acres?
I think they do, but the nature of the project is still an active farm. It's going to remain an active farm with the addition of the tourism aspect to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's my understanding. So you can speak to the acreage.
That's fine, yeah, and I don't know the actual acreage off the top of my head, but this is I want to step back. Victoria touched on something about DECS thresholds for all of these things.
Right.
And we want to make sure that, this isn't an arbitrary opinion. We consulted the DEC guidance for all of these things. So
Okay.
And I don't know, I don't have all those thresholds off the top of my head, so I don't know what that, if there's something we could look up and get back to you on, that would be fine. But I don't,
Okay. I just thought this might be one of those things where it's moderate to large if it's 2.5
And they did originally,
acres.
so we could keep it that way. And they elaborate, we reviewed it, and it was elaborated on in the Part 3 report as well.
So we've already discussed it, even.
It's discussed.
It's already been
I think
discussed.
you should check it as moderate to large.
It's fine.
Just because it could be more than 2.5 acres that are now roadways or buildings. So you just have to have part of the narrative in Part 3 that
Which they have done.
addresses that.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, this isn't up to me. Does the planning board have any comments or questions on what I just proposed?
No, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Anything further on number 8? All right. Number 9, impact on aesthetic resources. The land use of the proposed action are obviously different from or are in sharp contrast to current land use patterns between the proposed project and a scenic or aesthetic resource. We've checked off yes. Proposed action may be visible from any officially designated federal, state, or local scenic or aesthetic resource. No or small impact. Proposed action may result in the obstruction, elimination, or significant screening of one or more officially designated scenic views. No or small impact. Proposed action may be visible from publicly accessible vantage points. Seasonally, no or small impact. Year-round, no or small impact. The situation or activity in which viewers are engaged while viewing the proposed action is routine travel by residents, including travel to and from work. No or small impact. Recreational or tourism-based activities. No or small impact. Proposed action may cause a diminishment of the public enjoyment and appreciation of the designated aesthetic resource. No or small impact. There are similar projects visible within the following distance of the proposed project. Those distances, no or small impact. Okay, number 9, any comments, questions? Arvellano?
Because I know you can see this from the Appalachian Trail. So would that not,
You can.
you can?
The applicant has provided visual renderings
Hmm?
showing what it would look like from certain points. Do you want to?
So this is identified very early on, and they made some changes over time with those renderings. They provided more detail on the colors in the latest version that we have. Not only did they look at the Appalachian Trail, but they looked at Old Forge Road as well, various points driving by the site. So we've reviewed those extensively. We asked them to revise them. They have. SHPO reviewed them as well and determined that they don't constitute an adverse impact on historic resources or aesthetic resources. So that's why the answer is no or small.
So we're relying in part on SHPO for this.
Right, and our review of
Our-
it as well.
Yeah.
Right, and again, if Member Valano feels that it's a potential for a bigger impact, you can identify that. It's your opportunity to do that.
The view from that trail is quite expansive.
Yeah,
Um,
quite a bit.
You see a lot, and this project there's already improvements there that you can see. You can see the farm almost in its entirety from that spot.
Yep.
They showed the rendering of the new cabins in the area that's an open field currently, and it doesn't really result in what we think is an adverse effect on that view.
Anything further?
Good.
Anyone
Answer my
else?
question.
Were any of the vantage points from people's houses?
It's not really permitted in seeker. You're looking
Houses
at
aren't aesthetic resources, I think is what, right?
right. Well,
It is a scenic view.
right, but the guidance for visual resources under seeker is publicly accessible viewpoints, and you can't count someone's front yard or their porch or within their house as publicly accessible for the purposes of seeker.
Okay.
Want to add to that?
Yeah, so in seeker, you're generally looking at community-wide impacts, which is why you're concerned with how it's going to look to the public from the Appalachian Trail or other public viewpoints. being visible from, one individual neighbor might be significant to that neighbor, but it doesn't necessarily rise to the level of a community-wide environmental impact.
Understood.
Anything further?
That's it.
Any other members of the planning board have anything further on number 9, impact on aesthetic resources? Okay. Number 10, impact on historic and archaeological resources. The proposed action may occur in or adjacent to a historic or archaeological resource. The answer is yes. Proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to any buildings, archaeological site, or district which is listed on the National or State Register of Historic Places, or that has been determined by the Commissioner of the New York State Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation to be eligible for a listing on the State Register of Historic Places.
So just
No
to
or
be
small impact.
consistent with how we've been filling out this form, we should check moderate to large for this one and I believe the next one, because the farm core itself is a historic resource. Right, the whole farm core is listed.
They had originally had moderate to large for that reason. I think it's fine to keep that. And we do have SHPO sign off on the project's architecture.
Yeah, so while the impact will likely be small, for purposes of filling out the form, we should identify it as moderate to large, and then in part 3, provide the rationale.
And again, it's a moderate to large impact may occur. We're not saying it will occur.
May occur.
Planning board, any objection to moderate to large for A? B, the proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to an area designated as a sensitive for archaeological sites on the New York State Historic Preservation Office. SHPO archaeological site inventory.
Yes.
Again, moderate to large. Any objection?
And, one of the speakers tonight raised issues with the form, and the form, I think anyone who deals with the form on a routine basis could make it 100 times better.
Okay.
The form is what we have to work with.
All right. Proposed action may occur wholly or partially within or substantially contiguous to an archaeological site not included on the New York SHPO inventory. No or small impact, and no other impacts.
But then for E, because we have 2 moderate to large, we need to check off. We have to go through those.
Yes. Moderate to large may occur. Continue with the following questions to help support conclusions to part 3. 1, the proposed action may result in the destruction or alteration of all or part of the site or property.
Alteration is part of the site, yes, but small.
So they did a Phase 1A documentary study on the project site and the road going in to satisfaction of SHPO. So SHPO's been aware of all the areas of disturbance from the beginning, and they have a no impact letter. So I think it's fine to put no or small for that. That's me, but you guys can decide.
Any members of the planning board have any preference?
That's fine.
Okay, the proposed action may result in the alteration of the property's setting or integrity. No or small impact, moderate to large.
No or small.
We have a no impact letter from SHPO on these
Still
3
the no impact.
items.
Proposed action may result in the introduction of visual elements which are out of character with the site or property or may alter its setting.
No.
Okay, no or small impact. All right, anything further on number 10 from any member of the planning board? Number 11, impact on open space and recreation. The proposed action may result in a loss of recreational opportunities or a reduction of an open space resource as designated in any adopted municipal open space plan. The answer is no. Any questions on number 11? Number 12, impact on critical environmental areas. The proposed action may be located within or adjacent to a critical environmental area or CEA. The answer here is no. To be clear, the 10 Mile River is not a critical environmental area.
The only one in Dover was the Great Swamp.
It's not.
Couldn't hear what you said.
No.
Thanks.
The Great Swamp is 10 miles. No.
Okay. Any comments or questions on number 12? 13, impact on transportation. The proposed action may result in a change to existing transportation systems. The answer is yes. Projected traffic increase may exceed capacity of existing road network.
Moderate to large.
Right, it does say existing road
You
network.
can check moderate to large. They did the traffic study and they summarize it in detail in the Part 3 narrative, so.
Okay. Member Holmes, that's what we're proposing, right? Moderate to large. Okay, thank you. Without objection, moderate to large.
Nope.
Okay. Proposed action may result in the construction of paved parking area for 500 or more vehicles. No or small impact. The proposed action will degrade existing transit access. No or small impact. Proposed action will degrade existing pedestrian or bicycle accommodations. No or small impact. Proposed action may alter the present pattern of movement of people or goods. No or small impact. You need to reboot this machine, Secretary. Van Millen. Okay. All right, anything further on number 13, impact on transportation? Okay, number 14.
It's past its bedtime.
Oh, I agree.
I'll second that.
Impact on energy. The proposed action may
She said
cause
it's
an
past its
increase in the
bedtime.
use of any form of energy. The answer is yes. Proposed action will require a new or an upgrade to an existing substation. No or small impact. The proposed action will require the creation or extension of an energy transmission or supply system to serve more than 50 single or two-family residences or to serve a commercial or industrial use. No or small impact. The proposed action may utilize more than 2,500 megawatt hours per year of electricity. No or small impact. Proposed action may involve heating or or cooling of more than 100,000 square feet of building area when completed. No or small impact.
That,
So what is the cumulative square
Yeah.
footage of the buildings?
all the cabins and the farm core and everything?
Again, don't know off the top of my head, we prepared this stuff over the course of
You don't know off the top of your head and what?
It's in the documents that we submitted, and
Okay.
we looked at the thresholds when we filled out the AF.
Planner Werner?
Yeah, we can find that for you.
Okay.
Again, this might be one that we
Just by a threshold.
could have
thing.
left as moderate to large
Large.
from the beginning, but we'll get back to you on that.
Okay. Anything further on number 14? Number 15, impact on noise, odor, and light. The proposed action may result in an increase in noise, odors, or outdoor lighting. The answer is yes. The proposed action may produce sound above noise levels established by local regulation. No or small impact may occur. The proposed action may result in blasting within 1,500 feet of any residence, hospital, school, licensed daycare center, or nursing home. No or small impact may occur. Proposed action may result in routine odors for more than 1 hour per day. No or small impact may occur. Proposed action may result in light shining onto adjoining properties. No or small impact may occur. The proposed action may result in lighting, creating sky glow brighter than existing area conditions. No or small impact may occur. Any members of the planning board have any comments on number 15? Okay, number 16. Impact on human health. Proposed action may have an impact on human health from exposure to new or existing sources of contaminants. There's no. Comments or questions on number 16? Impact on human health. Number 17, consistency with community plans. The proposed action is not consistent with adopted land use plans. The answer is no. Any comments or questions on number 17? Consistency with community character. The proposed project is inconsistent with the existing community character. The answer is no. Any comments or questions on members of the planning board? Number 18. Okay. To the full environmental assessment form for Holland Valley Homestead, Part 2. Any comments or questions, any members of the planning board on the document as a whole?
No.
We have that number, by the way.
Okay.
That total square footage number, it's on M2 on the master plan, and it's just under 64,000 square foot total floor area.
64,000 square feet.
It's 63 and change, but
Under the
approximately
100,000 square foot threshold. Thank you. All right. You, okay, anything further on this part two? No. Okay. So, at this time, again, the list for the public hearing down there, so anyone else can sign up that hadn't signed up before. Any member of the public wishing to sign up for this public hearing, please do so at this time if you haven't done so already. Thank you. Thank you. Any members of the planning board wish to have any further discussion at this time before proceeding to continuing this public hearing? Okay. So with that, I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing on Harlem Valley Homestead. Motion made by myself, seconded by Member Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. This public hearing is not continued. Okay, I will be going off the list. Members of the public have 3 minutes to speak. First we have Kevin. I'm going to go with Dragon Chuck.
I'm going to switch with Kevin. He's going to go after me.
That's fine. Next we have Charles Gottlieb.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Charles Gottlieb from Whiteman, Osterman, and Hanna, here on behalf of David Elliman and Adam Haid. First of all, we ask that the public hearing be continued. We heard a lot of questions that still need to be answered, specifically regarding to air quality. I heard language such as, we haven't calculated that yet. I assume it's under the thresholds. We don't know the specs or the model of the boiler that's going to be used. But tonight I want to focus on flooding, something that has been completely ignored. Last meeting, I was accused by the applicant's attorney of gaslighting this board related to emergency access and our concerns over emergency access. Our concerns have now been seconded by the fire department in the November 14th, 2022 memo. That memo states the following. The applicant completely bypassed the fire department in responding to comments. Item 8 from the department's September 21 memo is not properly reviewed, addressed, or mitigated. Flooding of Old Forge Road would be, and I quote, catastrophic if an emergency happens on the project site. There would be and I quote, loss of property and loss of life. The proposed emergency action plan, I quote, is naive and irresponsible. Old Forge Road needs to be raised. The fire department requests reports and maps detailing weather events over the last 50 years. Why does this require a draft environmental impact statement? The applicant has ignored this comment since September of 2021. The applicant's environmental assessment narrative has a 1-paragraph assessment of flooding. Before we got involved, I'm not convinced they even realized that Old Forge Road was in a floodplain, and that's in meeting minutes from, I believe, the October 2021 meeting. A DEIS is the only way to mandate the applicant give the fire department and this board a response that is adequate.
1 minute.
Why haven't they proposed to raise Old Forge Road? It's because they can't. It would put fill in a floodplain, which is contrary to FEMA regulations, something that was also brought up by my office in September of 2021. The DEIS is needed to mandate a response to these concerns. If one is not provided and this board doesn't mandate a response to fire department concerns, you're setting a precedent that it's okay to ignore the first responders. We also, in our submission that I handed out this evening, talk about zoning compliance. For several reasons, including inadequate emergency access, this project can't meet the site plan or special use permit requirements. We also found potential violations of the off-street parking requirements that may require an area variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals. Again, we ask the planning board to adopt a positive declaration, mandate the applicant provide responses. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Kevin Dragonchuk. Please correct me if I'm mispronouncing your name. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Draganchuk. I'm
Sorry.
close, pretty good. I'm a president of CA Engineers. I am a state registered professional engineer in New York State, New Jersey, and Florida. And I was retained by a group of the residents that live near Harlem Valley Homestead to evaluate the potential for adverse environmental impacts from the proposed expansion at Harlem Valley Homestead, most specifically in relation to land disturbance, sanitary sewage treatment and generation, and stormwater management and treatment. I initially submitted a letter and gave a presentation back in September 2021 to the board. Based on the revised submission the applicant has submitted as of September and October 2022, I most notably reviewed the revised SWIP and site plans. I submitted an additional letter to the board in December. My conclusion from September 2021 remains the same as of now. There are a number of potential significant adverse environmental impacts resulting from stormwater discharges and land disturbance from the Harlem Valley Homestead expansion that require a full environmental impact statement. First, as discussed earlier in the meeting, Old Forge is going to be widened and you're going to have increased vehicle use on it. The road currently ranges from between 12 and 20 feet wide and will become a continuous 18 feet wide road. Impervious surfaces like roads accumulate pollutants like metals, oils, and road salt. Rain and stormwater pick up such pollutants. Inadequate treatment can result in them being discharged to 10 Mile River. And of course, increased impervious areas increase stormwater volumes and peak flows, which increases flooding risk. And as discussed earlier in the meeting, Old Forge Road is located within the floodplain.
A minute.
And contrary to the applicant's assertions, the secret narrative, the widening of Old Forge Road will clearly create a potential for significant adverse environmental impacts. Additionally, I identified numerous inadequacies in the soil testing that was performed at the site for proposed infiltration systems, most notably not meeting New York State DEC standards by locating the soil tests outside of the proposed infiltration facilities. Additionally, groundwater was located at elevations that, based on the current designs, would not be within the 3-foot threshold for a distance for vertical separation between an infiltration system and groundwater elevations. Furthermore, the applicant proposes to use two 40,000-gallon cistern tanks to collect and reuse stormwater to meet water treatment volumes and runoff reduction volumes. And in my professional experience, the regulatory agencies frown upon the use of cisterns to meet those regulatory requirements without a very detailed plan for water reuse, especially in winter months when the typical use of irrigation is not an option. So again, I reiterate that a draft environmental impact statement should be required. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Philip Van Buren. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I guess my question may have been answered, but perhaps you could just state it again. Is the paving and widening of Old Forge Road being considered amongst the impacts of this project?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
Correct.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next we have Kim Haid. We have 3 minutes.
Okay. I do just want to start just by saying that I also would like this public comment period extended, because with this dramatic changing of their application, I had this planned for tonight, and now with this, I have something entirely different. So I don't think it's fair to do that. So I just wanted just to really address, the consultants and the board here to say, as I listen to them speak, they're always saying it meets threshold, it meets threshold. And I know you're reviewing the responses from the organizations, maybe it's SHPO or the DEC, that is saying, yes, what they submitted to me meets the standards. What I would like to know, though, and want to make sure you have the time to do before, making any decisions on this, is have you reviewed what they have shared of this project to those groups? Because in so many cases, that's the stuff that we have looked into, and they have drastically underrepresented what they were asking for. That is how they got that stop work order from the DEC, the cease and desist from the Army Corps, because when you looked at what they were saying they were doing there, was dramatically different than what was being done there. And when those groups came out and looked, they agreed, and they issued these things. DEC had the same thing where they said they were using existing wells. We had the Google images to say, okay, nope, look, they created a road up here. Those were not existing wells. It happened, there was discharge, so river runoff. When they were doing some construction work at the pond, they did have an issue with runoff from the construction site going into the 10-mile river, and that was in September of 2018. The DEC came out, said, yep, and the response from Harlem Valley Homestead was, oh, sorry, we're not so good at this yet. We'll do something to rectify this. Tree clearing, a road that they say is existing, where all the cabins are going to go. There was no road there before. You can look back to see that. We called to complain saying they're doing dramatic work. There's bulldozers in there, there's truck trees are coming out. Oh no, we're just taking some down trees. We have that footage and we can show that to you. It wasn't just tree clearing. That is now the existing road. So I just ask that you don't just review what's being submitted back to you as saying they met threshold. Look and evaluate what they're saying actually is going on here. It also happened with the traffic. If you remember at the public comment last time, there was another traffic expert here, and he poked holes all over their traffic study of the road. So please consider those things. And I hope, again, we can extend public comment because I still had this to do, and I didn't get to that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't get applause. Only one.
Sorry, I was thinking that as you walked away. That he did not applaud for you. Next, we have Steve Priest. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Steve Priest. Ryan, I think you got a couple of photos I sent you to put up on the screen.
All right, let me just pause this.
On the bottom, the last two.
Last two.
Thank you for hearing me. After request to show an accurate view shed report, Harlem Valley Homestead updated their pictures to show the least negative impact again. By them omitting one of the most important angles showing the core of the commercial project plainly visible from my property is truly deceptive. So I'm going to just wrestle with this for a minute. Yeah. Okay. If you had the first picture, not the missing one, the other one. If you look at this, there's my property up here, and I think that's 5. No, 3, that's 3. And it shoots out across here to the sheds, the new sheds going up, but it totally ignores from that point of my property and this whole border pointing to the core of the operation. Now you can put the other one up, please. By taking this view angle, shooting this way, this is the core of the whole operation. And this is from a corner of my property. And if you go along my property line, all the way up, elevated, you can see the whole thing better. If you're sitting in the middle of my property, you could see all the cabins and all the rest of the work and parking structures and the whole 9 yards. So anyway, with this continuing misrepresentation and many other pending issues, The planning board and the town of Dover cannot rely on the bias studies being provided by Harlem Valley Homestead and must therefore adopt a positive declaration and require them to prepare a draft environmental impact statement allowing other agencies to evaluate our concerns and avoid future litigation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Adam Haid. We have 3 minutes.
Didn't he already get to speak?
Hi, Adam
in the
Haid on
other
Old
hearing?
Ford Road. If you could just leave that
No,
up
he's
for a minute,
abusing it.
I'd just like to point out, if you see the blue line, that is the view, as he said. How could you stand at number 3 and do this and take a view of where you know it's not going to impact and submit it to you as being the most impactful view? Look at that. I mean, and we had you guys come and said, they're not using the proper views. All they did need to do was turn this way. The last time they submitted it, it was on the other property line. So you were a quarter of a mile away from it, and they took a picture of a tree, and they said that that was the view. The same thing's happening with the Appalachian Trail. What about the tents? These big wedding tents. They're having weddings every week of the summer, and they're going to put these large tents up. Where are they putting the tents? Has that been looked at as far as the view shed? It's really outrageous. I mean, it really is. But getting back to my own, what I was planning to say, look, all of that right there, all of these buildings here, half of these are gone. There's only a small barn, 2 small barns that are staying on the property, pieces of them. All the rest is coming down. How is this not being, our setbacks, we have new construction here, and it's right on the road. Our parking code, let me just say, so this is labeled as loading, in our zone code site plan, the review 14565 regarding parking, circulation, and loading, it states that off-street parking and loading zone standards 145-38 shall be satisfied. Their design and layout construction, it states the following. If the parking lot contains 10 or more spaces, lies within or borders the SR, RU, or RC district, a buffer zone of at least 50 feet wide shall be planted with trees or dense vegetation to provide screening along all boundary lines unless the adjoining property owners are in the HCCO or M district or contain non-residential use. That's Steve Priest's view. That's what he sees. Where's 50 feet of vegetation? Is it on the plan anywhere? None of this, it can't be screened. The whole thing is, it's not meant for this location. It is meant, when they said they needed this much acreage, it's meant to be able to be tucked back in somewhere. Furthermore, it further states that if you are going to, our rural, as far as planning any of these buildings, it's not supposed to be in a field. It's supposed to be set back. The problem is they can't set it back because the site doesn't allow it. The site doesn't allow it because it's split in two. That's why. It's not, and by the way, 88 of the acres is under DLC. It's under conservancy. And they're being able to use that? It just doesn't make any sense. I truly hope, there's so many questions that haven't been answered. I really hope that you let us at least answer more questions and extend public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Roger Erickson. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Ryan, and the rest of the planning board. I really do appreciate what you're doing. This is a lot. It's getting late, too. This business, this project, it's not as easy to hate as the one previous. It takes some time, but they've been working on me for a while. And some of the things have already been mentioned. And it's the just the whole, like, for instance, my new favorite word, it must be the most useful word that's used in these kind of situations, is no or small impact. I mean, how many times have we heard that tonight? And I don't know how many things have been listed as no or small impact on this project. The geological features that they talk about, the most important geological feature at the whole Harlem Valley Homestead was just blasted away without a second thought to make a road that they claimed was already there. I wanted to trust this. I loved the idea of what was happening. My first introduction to the Harlem Valley Homestead was going to one of their events. And I learned that there might be some time in the future where we pick up people at the railroad station with an electric car. And we go ahead and bring people in just to stay in the master house, in the old farmhouse. And that was what was going to happen. And it wouldn't be, you know, primarily it would just be a farm. And I really liked the people, I liked the place, and look what's happened. I mean, that trust is misplaced. That limestone knoll was just blasted away. The plans have gotten so far gone, I just can't believe it. I do believe we need more comment on this with all the changes that have happened. I experienced the same thing with that view shed stuff. Was a bunch of nonsense. It was absolute nonsense. My place, you know, it just didn't, none of it made sense. And I noticed the situation with Steve. As soon as I looked at it, I said, I can't believe it. There's a lot more I could say, but these time limits are tough.
Well, please finish your thought.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else on the list, any other members of the public wishing to speak at this Harlem Valley Homestead public hearing, please do so at this time. Okay, seeing no one approaching the podium, planning board, we have three options. This public hearing can be closed, this public hearing can be continued, this public hearing can be closed with written comment until some date. I guess let's eliminate some choices here. Is there a motion to close this public hearing? Full stop. There is not. Good. Okay, so is there a motion to then continue this public hearing, or is there a motion to close this public hearing with written comment until some future date?
Make a motion to keep the public hearing open.
Motion made by Member Holmes to keep the public hearing open. The next meeting is February 6th, and it's been seconded by Member Sador. Okay, discussion amongst planning board members?
I feel like we've had extensive public comment, and I would say that we should close it and allow for written comments for another 10 days, as we did with the last project.
Okay. Member Williams or Villano or Lorbertier?
I agree with Member Holmes.
Member Holmes to continue it.
Yep.
Member Williams, continue it. All right. Member Lorbertier, any thoughts?
Well, it's, you know, how long has it been open? You know, I mean, if we leave it open, still leave it open for public comment, that would be fair similarly to what we did with the other application.
Okay. Attorney Polidoro, I think, has an answer to your question. Are you, no, you're looking up
Oh, yeah. I was
when
looking
in the
at
public
that.
hearing was first started.
When do you have it on yours? We opened it twice, because
Mhm.
we opened it and then closed it, adjourned it for a period of time, and then reopened it.
Mhm.
So they came back in 2021.
I think December 5th, we opened.
Yeah,
21.
September 2021.
Mhm.
And then we closed it, and then we reopened it, I believe, in, was it November or October? Let's see, of this year.
15th, 2021, and then it was continued to February.
All right, so we had the public hearing initially. It was closed. They revamped their project, correct?
Mhm.
And so then after some further discussion with the revamped project, we reopened the public hearing or opened a new public hearing. I guess it depends on your perspective.
Mhm.
And so that was in, what is it again, October or
Okay,
November?
we closed it in, well, it was supposed to be in December 5th, 2022, but then I think we had a storm, and then we didn't reschedule it. So then it was closed for a period of time, and then we reopened it in, was it July? No, hold on, I'm looking. I know.
That sounds about right.
Opened-
And each
I know,
time we
there's so
also
many notes. Oh,
reduced the
public-
scope of the project as well. along the way.
12:05. We set the public
Attorney
hearing for
Polidoro,
December
please
5th.
continue. What was that?
Oh, no.
We had a hearing on December 5th,
Right, we had it on December 5th.
2022. So my notes say the first hearing was September 20th, 2021.
Yes.
It was continued to November 15th, 2021. That's two. On November 15th, it was continued to February 7th.
All right.
Right, there was.
There was a storm?
It was continued due to ongoing plan changes in process. And then on 2/7/2022, it was canceled to be reopened at a later date.
Okay, so not because of a
And we
storm.
reopened it at 12:05.
Yeah, so from February to December, there was a big gap where they revised the plans.
So it was December and then now.
Can I just clarify that? We didn't, the plans
one sec.
didn't change. We worked through the roadway
The
issue.
road issue, yes.
I'm just, no, I'm just, point of
That's
order.
correct.
Thank you very much. Attorney Polidoro.
So it was, we've had, this would be the second, since we reopened it, the second night of public hearing
Okay.
since we reopened it.
All right. You're saying there to say it should be closed in,
I'm saying I'm saying it should be, just like, Transco came in after us and is now closed. And they came in like a year and a half after us.
Mhm.
And we started out with 80 units back in 2019, if I remember correctly. We're down to 42 units now. All that's changed between January of '22 and basically right now has been refinements as to road concerns with the highway superintendent. The underlying relative to Route 55 hasn't changed. The traffic counts for Old Forge Road didn't change. The cabin locations haven't changed. So what I'm sort of saying is.
okay, so your argument is there's nothing new, why have it
There's
open?
Nothing new.
Okay.
And so we'd ask that you close the hearing with more written comment opportunity. And I think what's also really important is it's the same four people who are not bringing up new comments, or they're bringing up comments to just sort of Hail Mary at this point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Members of the planning board, it is up to us to decide what should happen. There's a motion, and it's been seconded, to continue the public hearing. Okay. Is there any further discussion on continuing the public hearing? I presume to February 6th was part of your motion? Okay, 2 weeks from now. Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, as I'm expecting this won't be a unanimous vote, Secretary, please call the roll on, just to be clear, continue the public hearing to February 6th, 2023 at 7 p.m. or soon thereafter, as the public hearing can be held, and also that this will be the first item on the agenda. Good? We're good?
Who seconded?
That was Member Holmes, Member Sador.
Thank
I was just adding language to what they motioned.
Chairman Courtine,
Aye.
Member Valano?
Aye.
Member Sador?
Aye.
Member LaRobediere?
I guess I thought we were going to get to make discussion about maybe amending it to closing it with public, leaving it open for public comments.
Wouldn't that be a separate
So,
motion?
no, yeah, it's either we're keeping it open or closing it and leaving it open for public comments. So the motion that was made and seconded was that it stays open to February 6th. So the vote is either yes, it stays open on February 6th, or no, you do not want it to stay open February 6th.
And you can say no.
You know,
Well, okay, no, but I mean, it's already in with yes, so it's immaterial.
everybody gets a vote.
Member Roman?
No.
Member Williams?
No.
Member Holmes?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't hear what Val said. Did you say yes or no?
He said no.
No. Okay.
It's down to the wire.
Valano, did I get you?
You got me. Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You have 4-3.
Member Sador seconded it. so
Sador.
He's saying aye.
Aye.
Said yes?
Aye.
Okay. It's a long night.
Yeah, I'm with you.
3 noes and 4 yeses.
All right, so by a vote of 4-3, motion passes to continue this public hearing to February 6th, 7 p.m. or soon thereafter, and it'll be the first item on the agenda. Okay, any further discussion on Harlem Valley Homestead at this time? Okay, the applicant like to say something.
Wondering if you're contemplating that at that meeting you will be closing the hearing.
We clearly contemplate a lot of things at every meeting.
I think that's sort of our expectation.
Thank you. Anything further with regard to Harlem Valley Homestead by members of the planning board or consultants? No? Okay. Our next scheduled meeting is Monday, February 6th, 2023. The deadline for that has already passed. The first item on the agenda will be the public hearing on Harlem Valley Homestead, and then we'll figure out the rest of the agenda.
So do you want to provide an amended deadline so that the Harlem Valley Homestead folks can provide any information that was requested tonight for the February 6th meeting? Give them
I think
a
that's
week.
appropriate. But again, it's Board of the Planning Board. So I'll make a motion that the deadline for Harlem Valley Homestead to submit anything further to this planning board will be Monday, January 30th by 3 p.m. Motion made by myself, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by member Sador. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion I stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion passes. Anything further on Harlem Valley Homestead? Anything further on when we have our next scheduled meetings? We will be discussing and having a continued public hearing on Harlem Valley Homestead. The deadline for written comments on New York Transco will have passed. We will have continued discussion of New York Transco. And then whatever else came in by the deadline.
Maybe Savalos.
Maybe Savalos. And then we have our meeting on March 6th with a deadline of February 15th. Is there any further business for this planning board? Seeing no further business for the planning board, I'll make a motion to adjourn. Seconded by member Roman. All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're adjourned.